Present.
Roderick Miles Jr., Commissioner Precinct 1. Elisa Simmons, Commissioner Precinct 2.
Here.
Matt Krause, Commissioner Precinct 3. Manny Ramirez, Commissioner Precinct 4.
Here.
Constitutes quorum.
All right, thank you. Today's invocation will be led by Pastor Joshua Scarborough of Countryside Baptist Church. Please rise for the invocation and pledges to our flags.
Let's pray together. God in heaven, we praise you as the only sovereign ruler of all creation. You alone are God, and all authority in heaven and on earth is from you. We confess that we are weak, sinful people that deserve only your righteous judgment, and yet in your great grace and compassion you have made a way of salvation through your Son, Jesus Christ. We thank you, Jesus, for sacrificing yourself as the substitute for those who would turn from their sin and trust in you. God, we thank you for your many blessings to us. We thank you for the United States of America, the state of Texas, and for Tarrant County. We pray that you would bless the people of this county, that we would in turn bless and honor you. We pray that you would give the judge and commissioners great wisdom today, that they would carry out your will for the people with integrity, justice, and compassion. We thank you for your love and grace and ask these things in the name of the Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Pastor. Please join me in the pledge to our flag. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And out of the Texas flag. Honor the Texas flag.
I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Thank you. You may be seated. All right. Do we have agenda announcements?
Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. Just a couple of quick announcements here. We have two items that we're going to hold until after closed. Those will be items B1 and F15. And then we have several items which have been pulled from consent. Those items are as follows: C2, F1, G1, K3, P1, Q4, Q17, and S4.
All right. Thanks, sir. Now we come to Commissioners Court announcements. Announcements from the commissioners. Actually, allow me to go first here to make this announcement. Mohammed Hassan was one of our employees in IT. Yesterday, he was at a park with his family and had a sudden medical emergency and passed away. Very, very young man there with his family. So please remember the Hassan family in your prayers, and remember those folks in IT that worked with Muhammad. Please remember them as well during this difficult, tragic time. Next thing, we had our National Day of Prayer Luncheon last Thursday. It was our best one yet in terms of attendance and the amount of money that we raised. We raised $69,000 to go to local charities. So that was a very good event. Commissioners, other announcements?
Yes. So I'm going to use my time to address a matter of significant public concern. And that involves transparency, accountability, and public trust in county government. So in March, this Commissioners Court discussed the decline in in-custody deaths inside the Tarrant County Jail after Commissioner Ramirez placed the item on the agenda, and the sheriff publicly briefed us on those trends. So another in-custody death has since occurred, yet elected officials and the public still lack answers about what occurred. We just had a public briefing on jail death stats. However, we cannot publicly discuss declining jail deaths when statistics improve, then discourage public discussion as another death occurs. So that inconsistency weakens public trust, and it raises serious concerns about transparency and oversight. So we need to pick one. Either this court is accountable to the public, in public, or it isn't. I intended to bring this issue forward as a public briefing item, but since we changed the policy that prevents discussion, despite the serious concerns and unresolved questions surrounding this death. So I'm going to take this opportunity to announce the following. Mr. John Barr is his name, and he lost his life inside a county facility. This governing body should receive clear information regarding the facts, circumstances, and conditions surrounding this case. This body carries the responsibility of creating policies that protect residents, support county employees and detention officers, and ensure safe conditions for every individual housed in our facilities. So let me be clear, demanding oversight, answers, and accountability does not undermine law enforcement. Responsible oversight strengthens public safety, supports detention officers and county employees, and it helps prevent future tragedies in our jail. Ignoring serious concerns does not solve problems, and silence does not protect this county. The court cannot suppress public discussion and claim to practice responsible governance. So let's say his name today, don't know the circumstances of why Mr. John Barr died in our jail. But we should, and you should, as the public. That is my announcement.
Anything, Commissioner Maris? Okay. We will now move to the proclamations, resolutions, and presentations section. First up, as we do at this point every month, is go to employee recognition. And for those who are with us today, I'm going to ask you to stand as I call your name. We will do it in groups until we get to 25 years. So we'll start with our 5-year employees. We got quite a few today. Emily Aguinaga, Jennifer Cardona, Jonathan Crisson, Reginald Davis II, Sebastian Diaz, John Eck, Josabeth Flores, Tanya Garner, Brittany Hamilton, William Marin, Brittany Marquez, Cole Moody, Edgar Morales, Kai Osawa, Brittany Parasek, sure, a lot of Brittany's born around that time, Antonio Ruiz, Exomara Sanchez, Laura Torres, Dora Urbina Jimenez, Diego Valenciana, and Sarahi Vergara. Thank you all for 5 years. We greatly appreciate you. All right, now for our 10-year employees. Please call as I may stand. I call your name. Marvin Brown, Keisha Cross, Jeremy Duskin, Samantha Fant, Maria Gonzalez, Bethany Hambrick, Richard Hernandez, Kim Holly, Ruth Pennell, David Pulliam, Dusty Pulliam, Ruben Casada, Lindsay Raymond, James Smith, Willie Walton, and Terry Watson. Thank you all for a decade of service to Tarrant County. We appreciate it. All right, now for our 15-year employees, please stand as I call your name. Rachel Crabtree, Kimberly Dixon, Jeff Farr, Thomas Kirk, Gary Likens, Ashley McGinty, Jim Politz, Deputy Todd Tipton, and John Tompkins II. Thank you all very much for 15 years. We appreciate you. All right, now we have our folks who have given Tarrant County 20 years. Please stand as I call your name. Maria Gonzalez, Zachary Grannon, Martin Klom, Joshua Kobayashi, Joseph Mack, Susan Mejia, Michael Myers, Sherry Wynn, Rebecca Powell, and Jose Sanchez. Thank you all for 20 years of service to Tarrant County. We appreciate it. All right, we have two 25-year employees. The first is Bill Shelton, who could not be here today because he is in court. He is the official court reporter for County Criminal Court Number 2, born in Memphis, Tennessee, home of some incredible barbecue. Went to Christian Temple High School in North Richland Hills, college at Arlington Career Institute. 3 kids. Fact no one knows about him. He considers himself to be top 5 in the world in Irish step dancing and the robot dance. What does he like to do for fun? Travel the world and take care of his pets. Other job titles he's had with the county, he's always been a court reporter. He's worked in the criminal courts in Tarrant County for 36 years. I guess there was a gap in there. And started his career in 1990. Most memorable moment was when the COVID-19 pandemic restrictions finally ended and they could have in-person hearings, dockets, and trials again at the courthouse. And what he likes the most, the camaraderie and family atmosphere, working together with fellow employees has been wonderful. Tarrant County is a remarkable place to work because we all care about each other, and he's made lifelong friends at the courthouse for all the years he has served Tarrant County. And Bill, we appreciate you and appreciate you working hard today. Thank you for 25 years of service. Let's give him a round of applause. All right, next, also 25 years, Katrina Elzie. Hi, Katrina, how are you? She is the Revenue Cycle Administrative Assistant, born in Fort Worth, went to Trimble Tech High School, went to Tarrant County College, has 1 daughter. What she likes to do for fun, travel, go to museums, festivals, hang out with friends. The most memorable moment, absolutely, her most memorable moment is the birth of her daughter. She was 5 years old when she started with Tarrant County. I'm assuming that's not you, that's your daughter. And now she is turning 30. So wow, very cool. The thing that she likes the most is the opportunity to have worked with so many amazing people. Katrina, thank you for 25 years. We appreciate you. All right, we have 4 people who have been with Tarrant County for 30 years, 3 decades, and we will start with Melissa Lee. Born in Chicago, went to college at Tuskegee University, 2 sons and 1 daughter. What she likes to do for fun is spend time with her 4 grandsons and 2 granddaughters, so 6 grandkids. She's had several different titles with the county. Buyer, senior contracts administrator, assistant purchasing agent, and purchasing agent. And Melissa, you look far too young to have been here 30 years, but thank you for 3 decades of service to Tarrant County. Let's give her a round of applause. All right, next we have Donald Coker. How are you, sir?
Just fine, thank you.
Good. CSCD court officer, born in Arlington, went to Sam Houston High School, college at UTA, never strayed far. 2 daughters, and you want me to read the fact no one knows about you? My job requires me to multitask, and I am terrible at doing 2 things at the same time. Not sure how to make that comment. What he likes to do for fun is run, cycle, and golf. And other job titles he has had with the county, all within CD, pre-sentence investigation, bond unit, sex offender unit, and court unit. He loves working downtown, and we appreciate you, Donald, for 30 years of service, 3 decades of Tarrant County. Let's give him a round of applause. All right, next, 30 years of service, Anna Guerrero. Anna, hi Anna. Secretary for Tarrant County Juvenile Services Northwest Unit. Born in Los Angeles, moved to Texas in 1984. Graduated from Trimble Tech High School in 19-something. She got her associate degree in paralegal studies from Tarrant County College. 4 kids, looks 2 boys, 2 girls, and 2 grandchildren. In fact, no one knows about her. She has a deep passion for caring for the elderly. Every Sunday, her sister and her take her mother to listen to live music, where many of the regulars are seniors. One day, she hopes to start a small business dedicated to helping seniors get out, connect, and enjoy life without the stress of how they'll get there and return home safely. I would encourage you to go visit, if you haven't already, with Bobby Arthur, who runs the Haltom City Senior Center. She is remarkable, does a fantastic job of it. She likes to spend time with family and friends. Other job titles she's had with the county: voter registration clerk in the elections office. She started as a temporary employee there in 92 before going full-time in 96. Receptionist for Tarrant County Juvenile Services, and then now Secretary for in Juvenile. Her most memorable moment, the day she rang the bell marking the end of her cancer treatment. It was a celebration. It was a celebration of strength, love, and the unwavering support system received from her loved ones and her work family. That's great news. And what she likes the most is helping others without expecting anything in return. What a servant's heart you have. Anna, thank you for your 30 years of service. And Clifton Shelton could not be with us today, but Clifton is celebrating 30 years also with the Sheriff's Office. Let's give him a big round of applause. All right, that's it for the employee recognition. I'll make a motion to receive and file.
So moved.
Second. Yeah, okay. We have a motion and a second. And we have a black screen. Well, I'll tell you what. We have a motion and a second. All in favor, please raise your hand. All right. Do we have anybody on this? Okay. Anybody opposed? Well, I can look at it. There's nobody opposed. So 3-0 passes unanimously. All of our employees, there's a reception in your honor on the 4th floor. You're welcome to stay, of course, but you may also make your way down to the 4th floor. And we'll give you a minute here to clear those who are leaving. Do we need to take a technology break here, or we'll look at right now? Okay. Hey, I kind of need this here.
Yeah, I was gonna ask when you first sat down. Dark.
Leave lunch. So I don't have the list. Yeah. All right, folks, sorry to do this to you. We're going to have to take about a 5-minute recess to get our technology up and running. New technology sometimes has issues, so we'll get it up and get back in here as fast as humanly possible. Court members, don't go far. As soon as they get these things up on the screen, we'll be back. We are now in recess.
Yes.
dark. It's Jill dark. Robert Cloak.
It's too Jill.
It's too Jill. Want me to pull one out?
Yeah.
And Cluck and Dark are not here, so I don't know exactly what but both of them have received resolutions already. Both of them said that they were coming for it.
When should I start? Go see the Stephanie. That's my song. Y'all didn't know this wasn't working?
No, ma'am.
Oh, I thought y'all knew.
Unfortunately not.
I was like, I guess they knew and we're just waiting to put the mission stuff.
He said he couldn't see the speakers. You may need that.
There's nothing.
Take a picture of Steph. Nothing? Okay, so I need a list of the speakers. I gotta have a list if we're not gonna have it on the screen. Are any of those in this room? Do you wish to speak on the proclamations, resolutions, or did you mean to sign up on the other one? I meant to sign up for the proclamation. Okay, go ahead. The others are Jimmy Blackwell, Joel Palmer, Ann Bowman.
Good morning, Judge O'Hara and Commissioners. The Bible tells us to encourage and stir one another up to love and to do good works. Today, I came to encourage you and to stir you up to adopt the proclamation, bringing awareness to child abuse in Tarrant County. Thank you for not getting so bogged down with the hard stuff that we forget about the little things. In God's eyes, the little things are actually more valuable. I'm grateful for your spiritual leadership in Tarrant County, the kind of leadership that stands on biblical justice and chooses to govern through the standard of the Word of God and what it sets forth. You are the standard setters. Thank you for setting standards, like when you had the 10 Commandments erected at our courthouse, or like in previous years when you declared that June is Life Month in Tarrant County. Just like Nehemiah, you're doing an important work, and thank you for not getting distracted. And let it be written in the volumes of heaven, that you didn't forget about the least of these and that you stood with the children. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, is Jimmy Blackwell here? Joe Palmer here? Ann Bowman here? Are we good in the overflow? Okay. Which brings us to our next item on proclamations, which is item 7.2, which is congratulatory certificates for Keller ISD Future Business Leaders of America students who placed so high in the state that they're going to the national competition. So we have with us today Christina Benhoff, who's the principal of Timber Creek High School, Bodie Carroll, who I believe runs this program for Future Business Leaders of America for Keller ISD, Jessica Anderson, one of the teachers who works on this, and Lindsay Gideon, another teacher who works on this project. And then the students we have present, and I want you three, when I call your names, to stand. They all finished in the top 5 in state competition and will be representing our area in the national competition later this summer. Bayan Hamid, how are you? Good. Amal Eljak, hello. And Judy Zhu, hello. So, Small Business Week was last week, and I thought this would be a good opportunity to highlight our next generation's business leaders. We wish you all luck in your competition in June. We're proud of you for how you finished at the state level. And I would like to ask all of those who are here today, our students, parents, teachers, principals, come forward here. We're going to take some pictures and hand you some certificates. And I will move to adopt this resolution.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All right, please cast your votes. All right, passes unanimously. All right, come on up here to this little horseshoe, we call it.
Congrats, guys. Yep.
Hey, how are you? Yeah, all right. I'll show you. We're good. All right. There you go. Perfect.
Alrighty, right here. 1, 2, 3.
All right, let's give them a big round of applause.
good morning. Thank you again for having us. What you don't see is there are 20-plus classmates that are back at school taking AP tests this morning. So busy time of year. There's actually just over 20 students that will be making it to the national competition this summer. And we're so excited for those students and to celebrate them and wish them the best of luck at national competition this summer. But once again, they're the Future Business Leaders of America, FBLA. That is an extracurricular organization that supports their CTE or Career and Technical Education program. These students are all in business, marketing, and finance programs, hoping to pursue those careers after high school. And so we're helping them get a head start in that while they're in high school with us. And they're able to take the things learning in class and apply those outside of school through this competition and leadership organization. And they just do a phenomenal job. As long as I've been around in Keller, we've had a group of FBLA students make the nationals every single year. And I think that speaks to our wonderful advisors, Ms. Anderson and Ms. Gideon, and all the hard work they put into these organizations and our students. And I'm just so thankful that you guys were able to recognize us this morning and give these students the credit for their hard work. So thank you again, and wish them the best of luck this summer.
Thank you. Good luck, ladies. All right, now we have a proclamation in recognition of Child Abuse Prevention Month. Let's see, we have several folks with us today. Our CPS board members, we have Charles Brady, Ray Berry, Vanessa Copeland, Therese Moncrief, Melanie Dottie Munoz, Allison Sibby, Joel Starnes, and Stephanie Swan. We also have Stacy Jourdain, who's the board liaison supervisor, Janita Talley, who's the CPS program administrator, Chelsea Pound from Our Community, Our Kids, Julie Evans from Alliance for Children, and Charlie Boulware, Tarrant County DA's from Tarrant County District Attorney's Office, Ebony Bryant from Fort Worth PD, Don Beneker from CASA, and Daniel Lester from the Department of Family Protective Services. So I will read this proclamation. Every child is shaped by the hand of God with purpose and intention, created in His likeness, and it is our responsibility before God to safeguard their lives. Children deserve a nurturing family and a safe, caring environment where they can learn, grow, and reach their fullest potential. In Tarrant County, 4,592 children were confirmed as victims of child abuse or neglect in 2025. Effective child abuse prevention, investigation, and treatment programs succeed because of partnerships among public and private agencies, schools, faith-based organizations, medical services, and the business community. Our communities must work together to increase awareness about child abuse and promote the social and emotional well-being of children and families in safe and stable environments. Now therefore be it resolved that we, the Commissioners Court of Tarrant County, do hereby recognize the vital importance of preventing child abuse in Tarrant County. Further, we urge all citizens of Tarrant County to create a positive, healthy environment to bring about a brighter future for our children and to be aware of the signs of child abuse and act to protect the children of Tarrant County. I will move for adoption.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All right, please cast your votes. All right, passes unanimously. And I would like everyone who I introduced to please come forward. We appreciate everyone with CPS. We appreciate our board members for the work and service you do. It's a very well-run group, and we're grateful for what you do. Let's give them a round of applause.
I'm going to move this out of the way.
Who gets to hold? I think it's you. Stacy. Come on, that's you. You got voted in. All right.
Right here. 1, 2, 3. 2 phones. 1, 2, 3.
Okay, thank you all very much. We appreciate all of you.
Judge, Commissioners, thank you so much for always showing up big on behalf of kids and families. Today, you saw quite the spectrum of professionals that it takes to ensure children here in Tarrant County are safe from abuse, from your CPS board to different nonprofits to law enforcement and prosecutors that are here today, because it really is a system of care that our kids need when they are facing situations of abuse, all the way to children that have been the victim of a crime. And it's an honor to be a part of that system and know that every member of this team takes that charge exceedingly serious. This collective multidisciplinary teamed approach just last year in 2025 received over 5,400 years in convictions for crimes against children and an additional 14 life sentences. And that just shows how vast this issue is, in addition to the number of victims confirmed that you read. And know that we are equally charged with how do we take everything we know in services and investigation and flip those towards prevention. And so the month of April, we really do focus on how do we prevent children from coming through our doors. So what I'll leave behind for you is a glimpse of how we talk to kids and how we talk to adults. Even coffee sleeves that we're now providing around Tarrant County to give simple messages to encourage adults and caregivers to think twice about ways that they can prevent abuse and neglect in their lives. So thank you for always being our leader and our champion in this issue. It means more than we could say. So thank you.
Thank you. We appreciate y'all very much.
I'll just say, with all the professionals that showed up today, it is lost commonly on how tough your job is. Our board members on CPS, the folks that volunteer their time to do this work and dedicate their lives to doing this, whether it's police officers, detectives, DA's officers, it doesn't really matter. It's very impactful what you do, and we need you. Our kids need you, and so thank you for what you do. Thanks.
Thank you, Julie. All right, next we have a resolution in honor of the 150th anniversary of the City of Arlington. For 150 years, the City of Arlington has been a key part of what makes Tarrant County so great, and we wanted to recognize Arlington and what a special role it plays, not just in Tarrant County, but in North Texas, Texas, and America, being the home of the Dallas Cowboys, the 2023 World Series champion Texas Rangers, and the upcoming hosts for so many games for FIFA World Cup. With us here today, Mayor Jim Ross, and re-elected, I think officially sometime this afternoon, Mayor Jim Ross, Councilmember Mauricio Galante, Councilmember Barbara Odom Wesley, Councilmember Raul Gonzalez, Councilmember Long Pham, City Manager Trey Yelverton, City Attorney Deputy City Manager Molly Shortall, Jay Warren, the Director of Communication and Legislative Affairs, Mike Seacrest, the Digital Media Editor, and Fred O'Doul, Web Designer. So as I read this resolution, I will ask all of you to come forward and Mayor to say a few words about Arlington and all that's going on there. The City of Arlington, Texas celebrates a historic milestone in 2026, marking the 150th anniversary of its founding in 1876. From a small rural farming community beginning, Arlington has grown into the 7th largest city in Texas and 50th largest in America, home to more than 400,000 residents in the heart of the Dallas-Fort Worth, or should I say Fort Worth-Dallas Metroplex. Known proudly as the American Dream City, Arlington has long represented opportunity, growth, and the promise of a vibrant future for generations of families, businesses, and community leaders. Arlington is recognized as the entertainment capital of Texas, featuring iconic attractions such as Six Flags Over Texas, AT&T Stadium, Globe Life Field, Choctaw Stadium, Hurricane Harbor, and the National Medal of Honor Museum, to name a few. The city is served by 5 independent school districts and is home to respected institutions of higher education, including the University of Texas at Arlington, helping prepare future leaders and strengthen the region's workforce. Today, Arlington remains a dynamic city where neighbors, businesses, schools, and civic leaders work together to preserve its hometown character while embracing growth. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, the Commissioner Court of Tarrant County, do hereby recognize and celebrate the 150th anniversary of the City of Arlington and commend its many contributions to Tarrant County and the state of Texas. I move to adopt this resolution.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Please cast your votes. All right, passes unanimously. How about a big round of applause for City of Arlington and their leaders? All right, let me slide in here right next to Jim.
Well, thank you, Judge and Commissioners, for this honor. It's great to have two of the country's top 50 cities right here in Tarrant County. It's also great to have the two safest cities in the state of Texas, with Fort Worth and Arlington being right here in Tarrant County. Arlington is the most diverse city in the entire state, and a couple of months ago, we became the third most diverse city in the country. I like to say that we're the most diverse because we're the most welcoming. We don't care about what you look like or where you're from or who you worship or who you love. We care about how we treat one another. And I'm proud to say that that is a Tarrant County trait that we share here across the county. We're truly honored to have this resolution today, and just to answer any questions this court may have or people in the gallery may have, I was not here 150 years ago. But thank y'all, we appreciate you.
Thank you. And we do understand y'all are very busy, so it may be another 15, 20 minutes before there's any kind of break. So if you choose to leave, we certainly understand. All right, next we have a resolution recognizing the Tarrant County Public Health Department. Last month, we celebrated National Public Health Week. This seemed like a great opportunity to highlight the work of our Public Health Department. On the same day, Dr. Byrd is also up for reappointment as the Public Health Director. So folks that we have here today from Public Health, in addition to, of course, the leader, Dr. William Byrd. Is that right? Is that right? I didn't know that. We have Sabrina Vidari, Russ Jones, Dr. Kenton Murphy, and Amanda Campbell. And the resolution reads as follows. The Tarrant County Public Health Department employs more than 300 dedicated professionals who work each day, often behind the scenes, to serve the public and whose success is often measured by the crises that never occur. The department leads mosquito surveillance efforts throughout Tarrant County by providing traps to municipalities, collecting specimens, and testing for viruses that may threaten the public. The department administers women, infants, and children WIC benefits to more than 40,000 mothers and children, including many expectant mothers, ensuring access to nutrition and support during crucial stages of life. Tarrant County is home to 7 public health laboratories, providing critical laboratory testing services for 36 counties and supplying essential reporting relied upon by healthcare systems, universities, and public institutions across North Texas. Tarrant County Public Health is designated the Public Health Department of Record for the 2026 FIFA World Cup matches to be held in Arlington, with responsibilities including wastewater collection and testing for infectious diseases. Dr. Brian Byrd will serve as Tarrant County's local health authority for this international event. Now therefore be it resolved that in light of National Public Health Week, the Commissioners Court of Tarrant County do hereby recognize and commend the Tarrant County Public Health Department for its tireless service, professionalism, and commitment to protecting the health of all who live, work, and visit Tarrant County. I will move for adoption.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Please cast your votes. And do we now have a fourth joining us?
Yes.
Okay. Commissioner Kraus, are you there? All right, well, we're gonna say it passes 3-0 with one not present or abstaining, so it passes 3-0. And come on up, folks. I'll be done. This is last trip down for me, I believe.
One more, last one.
Yes, that's fine, yeah. There must be just fine. Yeah. Out in the park.
So, thank you, Judge. I was going to speak for about 30 minutes. However, I am up for reappointment later today, and I didn't want that to affect anybody's vote. We're honored and thankful that you recognized Tarrant County Public Health today. I assure you that it is these wonderful people here, Sabrina, Dr. Murphy, and Amanda, Dr. Giovanna Merriman, Dr. Kate Colquitt, and Alma Espinoza, who really run this Tarrant County Public Health Department. And I'm so thankful to them. We're honored to serve under you all's leadership. So thank you very much for your support.
Thank y'all for what you do. We appreciate you. All right, next is a resolution recognizing the 97th Annual Fort Worth Memorial Day service at Mount Olivet Cemetery. This is for adoption only. There's no one here to present it to, but I will read it. Since 1929, various Tarrant County veteran, civic, and patriotic groups have gathered at the Doughboy and American GI statues in Mount Olivet Cemetery to honor the brave men and women of all wars who have given their lives and made the ultimate sacrifice to preserve our nation's liberty and freedom. These solemn ceremonies are held on Memorial Day to pay tribute to such veterans and their heroic efforts. The bravery and unwavering selflessness of those we remember shall remain forever engraved in our hearts and in the memories of future generations. On this Memorial Day, we honor all our fallen soldiers, their commitment to our country, and their legacy of patriotism and sacrifice, who, by giving their lives in the cause of freedom, have protected and inspired all Americans. Now therefore be it resolved that we, the Commissioners Court of Tarrant County, do hereby call the attention of all citizens to recognize this Memorial Day as a day of remembrance and to pay our respects to all that have died in service while protecting our nation, our freedom, and our people. And further, we also request that each of us pause and reflect on the awesome magnitude of these past sacrifices. I will move for adoption.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Please cast your votes. And we have a yes from Commissioner Kraus, so it passes 4-0. You gotta probably take him off this thing so he can vote from there, or y'all can do it. Got it. Thank you very much. Passes unanimously. Okay, next. Next, we have a congratulatory resolution recognizing the North Crowley Panthers of Crowley ISD for the 2026 UIL Class 6A Division I Boys Basketball State Championship in Commissioner Miles' absence. This will be handled by Commissioner Simmons.
Thank you, sir. Are the Are they here? Okay. The champions.
Hey, there they are.
Awesome.
They come up here, they can cover you.
Oh. I may have to stand up to read
Yeah.
this.
Hey, a state championship 6A Division I deserves a bigger round of applause than that. Let's hear it. Very cool. Good job, fellas.
Let's see. So do we have our superintendent with us today? Dr. McFarland? Okay, I know we have Crowley Independent School District trustees, Dr. Latanya Woodson Mayfield. I saw you somewhere. There you go. I can't see past your boys. Dr. Nedra Robinson. Where's Nedra? Hey, girl. And is North Crowley Principal Dr. Mario Lane here? Hey, how are you? Thank you all for being here. Congratulations, guys. Aren't they cute? I'm a boy mom, so they are adorable. Whereas North Crowley High School of the Crowley Independent School District, under the leadership of Dr. Michael McFarland, has demonstrated a sustained commitment to excellence in academics, athletics, and student leadership. And whereas the North Crowley High School boys basketball team achieved the pinnacle of success by winning the UIL Class 6A Division I state championship in March 2026, bringing distinction and honor to their school and to the broader Tarrant County community. And whereas the achievements of the North Crowley Panthers are supported by the leadership and commitment of head coach Tommy Brakel, hope I said that right, assistant coaches, school administrators, faculty, parents, and fans who have fostered a culture of dedication that inspires and shapes future leaders. And whereas the team was led by 6A Division I championship MVP Isaac Hayes, supported by Tyler Hastings, clutch game winning three-pointer, Jonathan Fox's electrifying dunks, Trey Hill's timely performances, and Alex Barther's the second steady leadership. And whereas throughout the season and postseason, the North Crowley Panthers have exemplified sportsmanship, perseverance, unity, and represents the culmination of a remarkable season defined by discipline, teamwork, resilience, and an unwavering commitment to excellence. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, the Commissioners Court of Tarrant County, do hereby recognize and commend the North Crowley High School boys basketball team for winning the 2026 UIL 6A Division I State Championship and expresses its pride in the team's representation of our Tarrant County and their role in inspiring future generations of student athletes. In witness whereof, we have hereunto set our hands and caused the seal of Tarrant County to be affixed this 12th day of May, 2026. I move approval.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Please cast your votes. We have a yes from Commissioner Kraus. Passes unanimously.
Let's give them a big round of applause.
Outstanding. Thank y'all. Hey, how are you?
Great job.
Coach may say something. Not gonna say anything. Okay. Nope. Yeah.
We've had quite a few state champions come through here the last couple of years. It's good stuff going on in Tarrant County Public High Schools. All right, next we have a proclamation for Mental Health Awareness Month. This was from Commissioner Miles. Commissioner Simmons will be handling that.
I am not sure who's joining us today. Y'all can text me that in a few minutes. So, who do we have with us, Jamal?
Christina Judge, I'm the Executive Director of Mental Health Connection.
Well, glad to have you here. Who else?
Kim Brennan, Strategic Initiatives Director, Mental Health Connection.
Hi, Kim.
Good morning, Frances Wampler from the Cook Children's Center for Community Health.
Good to see you.
And Riley Shaw, I'm on the member of the Board of Directors, and I'm also the Director of Juvenile Services for Tarrant County.
Is that who you are, Riley? Okay, good to see you. All right, thank you all for coming. Whereas during Mental Health Awareness Month, we honor the absolute courage of tens of millions of Americans living with mental health conditions, and we celebrate the loved ones and mental health professionals who support them every day. Whereas all Americans face challenges in life that can impact their mental health, whereas millions of adults and children are disabled by mental illnesses every year, and only 1 out of 2 people with a serious form of mental illness seek treatment for his or her mental illness. And whereas stigma and fear of discrimination keep many who would benefit from mental health services from seeking help, and whereas there are practical tools that all people can use to improve their mental health and increase resiliency, and whereas with effective treatment, those individuals with mental health conditions can recover and lead full and productive lives if given the necessary services and support in their communities. Whereas each community shares the burden of addressing mental health and has a responsibility to promote mental wellness and support prevention efforts. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, the Commissioners Court of Tarrant County, do hereby proclaim May 2026 as Mental Health Awareness Month in Tarrant County and call upon the citizens, governmental agencies, public and private institutions to increase awareness and understanding of mental health and join in activities to take action to strengthen mental health in our communities and our nation. In witness whereof, we have hereunto set our hands and caused the seal of Tarrant County to be affixed this 12th day of May 2026. I move approval.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Please cast your vote. We have a yes from Commissioner Kraus. Passes unanimously.
Okay, if you all would come down for a photo, let's give them a round of applause.
Hi.
We're good.
Thank you very much. Tarrant County was one of our founding members of Mental Health Connection 27 years ago, so we're very grateful to you, Judge O'Hare, and the commissioners for all the support and advocacy that you've given us over the years. And for those of you who don't know what Mental Health Connection is, we're a membership umbrella of 70 mental health agencies here in Tarrant County. Also individual practitioners as well. And so the platform that we were built on 27 years ago was so that all of us could work together to partner and collaborate in an effort to streamline access to mental health services in our county. Just as of recently, we are getting ready to complete a mental health workforce initiative where we're providing special training, CEUs, educational opportunities to our mental health service providers in our community. So today we wear green, and green is a sign of growth. And so when you take care of your mental health, you are growing as an individual. So we are grateful to be here, and thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, next we have a proclamation recognizing ALS Awareness Month. This is Commissioner Miles, will also be handled by Commissioner Simmons.
Thank you. Let's see. All right. We have joining us today Michael Higgins. Hello. Carla Strausser. Is Carla here? Carla, is that you? Oh my God, I've not seen you forever.
I haven't changed that much.
Johnny Spruill. Thank you all for being here. I'm going to read this, but first I'm going to ask you for the correct pronunciation. Is it amyotrophic?
Close.
Okay, say it for me.
Amyotrophic. That's why we go by ALS, or why they go by ALS.
Okay, well, Commissioner Miles
got the
spelled it
wrong-
out throughout this proclamation. So. All right. Whereas amyotrophic lateral sclerosis, ALS, also commonly known as Lou Gehrig's disease, is a progressive, fatal neurodegenerative disease in which a person's brain loses connection with their muscles, slowly reducing a person's ability to walk, talk, eat, and eventually breathe. And whereas thousands of new ALS cases are reported every year, and estimates show that every 90 minutes, someone is diagnosed and someone passes away from ALS. Whereas the exact causes of ALS are unknown, and on average, patients diagnosed with ALS survive only 2 to 5 years from the time of diagnosis. And whereas people who have served in the military are more likely to develop ALS and die from the disease than those with no history of military service. And whereas securing access to new therapies, durable medical equipment, communication technologies, and clinical trials play a pivotal role in evaluating new treatments and enhancing quality of life for those living with ALS. Whereas the ALS Association is the largest philanthropic funder of ALS research globally, and has committed more than $154 million to support more than 550 projects across these United States and 18 other countries. And whereas ALS Awareness Month provides an opportunity to increase public awareness surrounding ALS and the impact this disease has on individuals and their families. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, the Commissioners Court of Tarrant County, do hereby proclaim the month of May 2026 as ALS Awareness Month, and call upon all Americans to join in supporting ALS research, advocating for increased funding, and standing in solidarity with those affected by this relentless disease. In witness whereof, we have hereunto set our hands and caused the seal of Tarrant County to be affixed this 12th day of May 2026. I move approval.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Please cast your votes. Yes from Kraus. Passes unanimously.
Thank you all for your work. If you'll come down, I'll make the presentation. Let's give them a hand.
Thank you, Judge O'Hare and Commissioners, for this proclamation. My name is Mike Higgins. I'm a retired police officer of 45 years, 28 years at Arlington PD. Worked with Mayor Jim Ross there for a little while. Retired from there in 2006, and then came over here to the Tarrant County Sheriff's Office as a deputy in 2007, and retired back in June 2024 after 17 years. Okay, take a left. Anyway, when I worked at Arlington Police Department, I was friends with some officers there, Officer Dan Poe, Officer Don Kingan, and Officer Lisa Mayo. And then over the years, they all three eventually passed away from ALS. Dan Poe was a runner, ran every day, 5 miles a day. And then in 2011, he was diagnosed with ALS and passed away in 2013. Don Kingan, I worked with. He was in the school resource office, got his private pilot's license, retired from Arlington, went to work as a private pilot, and was diagnosed, and then he passed away in 2023 from ALS. Lisa Mayo, she passed away in 2020 after 2 years of fighting ALS. And then Johnny Spruill, here today. I worked with him at Arlington Police Department. He's also retired. His dad passed away when Johnny was 18 years old from ALS. ALS is kind of a silent thing. There's no rhyme or reason on who can get it. Anyone in this room can get it. You'll never know. It's like cancer. You don't know if you're going to get cancer or not. There's no way to tell. There is a little bit of hereditary stuff, but most of the time it's just, like we said, the military people seem to get it. Also, police officers seem to get it. So we just, and I don't work for ALS organization, but ever since Dan passed away, he was a good friend of mine. I've supported ALS, donating, going out and helping out with volunteer things, and this proclamation is to make sure that everyone's aware of it. We need to continue funding for it and find some cures and get this stopped, because it's just after 3 to 5 years, it's not like cancer. You might be able to live longer. 3 to 5 years. I mean, there's just no way to stop it right now. So we just need to keep funding, make sure the federal government keeps funding research, and do that. So thank you very much for this proclamation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, next we have.
It was good to see my Arlington Police former colleagues, so that's good to see you guys.
Next, we have a resolution celebrating and honoring the life of Jill Darden. Commissioner Simmons.
So this is a difficult moment both for me and for many in our Tarrant County communities. Jill Darden was the visionary publisher of the Fort Worth Black News, which she and her mother founded in 1997. She was an outstanding reporter, journalist, community supporter, showing up and reporting on many, many, many community activities and events that the mainstream media would not capture. Very close to her titles as publisher and community leader, Jill was most importantly an amazing, dedicated mother to her son, Giles. And Jill suddenly passed away, just suddenly. And Giles is a graduating senior in just a few weeks from the I.M. Terrell Academy for Visual and Performing Arts. He reflects his mother's excellence. He's been awarded a full tuition scholarship at the renowned Berklee College of Music, and Berklee is one of the most prestigious contemporary colleges of music in the world. And we were all shocked by her passing on April 25th. and we will be here to support Giles through the rest of his life. I attended her wake, and it was a beautiful ceremony. So we have this, Commissioner Miles and I are jointly sponsoring this resolution celebrating and honoring the life of Jill Darden. Whereas the Black press has served as the vanguard of reform for 199 years, providing a vital platform for stories often ignored or distorted by mainstream media. And whereas Jill Darden, a visionary journalist and entrepreneur, recognized a critical void in the local media landscape and founded Fort Worth Black News in 1997. And whereas through her leadership, Ms. Darden filled a desperate need for solution-oriented journalism, moving beyond reporting on community deficits to highlighting the good news, the entrepreneurs, educators, and families who form the backbone of our community. And whereas Jill Darden created a dedicated space for aspirational representation, with Fort Worth Black News, she provided a platform where local Black voices weren't just the subject of the news, but the authors of it, ensuring that the community's history is told by those who lived it. Whereas her work has ensured that the diverse narrative of Southeast Tarrant County is preserved for future generations, countering singular stereotypes with a rich, multifaceted portrait of Black life. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Tarrant County Commissioners Court hereby recognizes the profound journalistic influence of Jill Darden and expresses sincere condolence to her son Giles, her sister Ginger, and brother Daniel, and the entire family, the journalism community, and all who appreciated Ms. Darden's commitment to truth and community representation in the media. In witness whereof we have hereunto set our hands and caused the seal of Tarrant County to be affixed this 12th day of May 2026, I move approval.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Please cast your vote. A yes from Kraus. And passes unanimously.
Okay, and I don't think we have anybody here from the family, so we've read that into the record and approved it. Thank you.
Thank you. It should have hit me before as to why our Arlington folks would want to stay here, and we come to that moment now, which is a resolution celebrating and honoring the life and legacy of Dr. Robert Cluck, former mayor of Arlington, who recently passed away. Commissioner Simmons.
Thank you. Thank you all for sticking around. So Robert Nance Cluck lived a remarkable life, both privately and publicly, and he passed away April 14th. And today I want to recognize and honor Dr. Cluck's private work as a celebrated clinical leader and noted obstetrician and gynecologist. Some of you may be aware Dr. Cluck gained his earliest clinical experiences in 1960, in the 60s, as a general practice resident at Tarrant County's John Peter Smith Hospital. He went on to work in private practice and served in a clinical leadership role as Vice President of Medical Affairs and Medical Director, Arlington Memorial Hospital. And then he got elected to council and got elected to the mayor's role. And I worked very closely with Mayor Cluck as president of the Arlington NAACP. We aligned on most everything. It was rare that we disagreed. I made him see my way. And he just like I make Mayor Ross see my way. And he was open to it. And he began to embrace and celebrate the diversity of Arlington. And so I've always appreciated his friendship and his support. So I have this resolution, and the city will come and accept it on behalf of the city and the family. Whereas Dr. Robert Cluck served with distinction as mayor of Arlington, Texas from 2023 to 2015, providing steady leadership during a period of significant growth and transformation. And whereas during this tenure, Dr. Cluck played a pivotal role in advancing major economic development initiatives, including the expansion of Arlington's entertainment district, strengthening partnerships that enhance the city's national profile and its tourism economy. And whereas he championed improvements to public health initiatives, public infrastructure, including transportation, roadway enhancements, and supported long-range planning efforts that positioned Arlington for sustainable growth. And he was instrumental in fostering strong relationships between the city, its regional partners, and educational institutions, helping to promote collaboration that benefited residents and businesses alike. Whereas his administration emphasized fiscal responsibility, public safety, and responsive local government, ensuring that Arlington remained a vibrant, well-managed community. And whereas his leadership style was marked by approachability, consensus building, and a deep respect for civic engagement, and it earned him the trust and admiration of colleagues and constituents throughout Tarrant County. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, the Tarrant County Commissioners Court, on behalf of all the residents of Tarrant County, do hereby recognize and celebrate the lasting contributions of Dr. Robert Cluck to the city of Arlington and Tarrant County, and we commit to carrying forward his example of dedicated public service. In witness whereof, we have hereunto set our hands and caused the seal of Tarrant County to be affixed this 12th day of May, 2026. If you all would join me, I move approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Please cast your votes. All right. It's unanimous as soon as I hit that. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, man. Good to see you. What? I won't be there. Yeah. Hey, man. Good to see you.
That means I get paid. Thank y'all so much for this resolution and honoring Dr. Cluck. He was truly instrumental in where Arlington is today, particularly in attracting the Dallas Cowboys to come to Arlington and leave Irving. I had very few occasions where I'd appear in a place just like this and not have someone say, Dr. Cluck delivered X number of my kids, or Dr. Cluck delivered me. He literally touched the hearts and soul of everybody in Arlington for decades. We will be sure to get this resolution to his widow, Linda, and thank y'all again for this. Appreciate y'all.
Mayor.
Thank you. And our last item on this section is a proclamation for National Police Week and Peace Officers Memorial Day. Commissioner Ramirez.
Yes, we have the privilege of presenting this proclamation today for National Police Week 2026. You know, this is the first time probably in a decade that I haven't been in D.C. During this week, because during this week, every year, thousands and thousands of police officers gather in Washington, D.C. on the National Mall for a candlelight vigil and for a national memorial ceremony where they inscribe the names of those fallen the previous year on the wall. And we do those ceremonies here. We do those ceremonies in Fort Worth, but that's one If you're a police officer or if you're a family member or someone who supports law enforcement, look it up. And if you just go one time in your life, it might be one of the most powerful experiences that you have. But now we have the honor of recognizing our amazing officers here that do incredible work every single day. With us, we've got representatives from Eagle Mountain Saginaw ISD Police. We have TCSO Honor Guard members, Twan Tree and Sharday Jameson. Thank you for flanking our dais today. We've got Tarrant County Precinct 4 Constables, TCSO Warrant Division, representatives from Lake Worth PD and TRWD Police as well. I'll read this proclamation. And whereas in 1962, President John F. Kennedy proclaimed May 15th as National Peace Officers Memorial Day and the calendar week in which May 15th falls as National Police Week. Whereas Tarrant County would like to honor the service and sacrifice of law enforcement officers and especially officers killed in the line of duty while protecting our communities. Whereas there are more than 83,000 law enforcement officers serving in communities across the state of Texas, including the dedicated members of the Tarrant County Sheriff's Department, Tarrant County Constables, local school district police officers, Texas game wardens, Texas Rangers, Texas State Troopers, Texas Regional Water District law enforcement officers, and the municipal police departments across our 41 partner cities. And whereas we should pause to remember the more than 24,000 officers in the United States that have made the ultimate sacrifice and been killed in the line of duty. The names of these devoted public servants are permanently engraved on the walls of the National Law Enforcement Officers Memorial in Washington, D.C. And whereas it's important that each of us take a moment this week to publicly honor these courageous individuals, and so today we offer our deepest thanks to those who serve and our everlasting respect to the fallen heroes who made the ultimate sacrifice. Now therefore be it resolved that we, the Commissioners Court of Tarrant County, do hereby issue this proclamation to proclaim Friday, May 15th, 2026, National Peace Officers Memorial Day and the week of May 10th through the 16th, 2026, as National Police Week in Tarrant County in recognition of the men and women of law enforcement who stand ready to protect our loved ones, property, and freedoms, even at the risk of their own lives. In witness whereof, we have hereunto set our hands and caused the great seal of Tarrant County to be affixed this 12th day of May, 2026, and I'd move for approval.
All right, second. We have a motion and a second. Please cast your votes. All right, it's unanimous.
And if you are one of the officers from one of the agencies that I listed, please come down and accept this proclamation.
Thank you all very much.
And typically we have a lot more folks when we do this proclamation, but as I mentioned, that we have about 20 Tarrant County Sheriff's officers up in DC right now, and a lot of the contingents are. So, but again, thank you folks for everything that y'all do.
All right, thank you, everyone. All right, that concludes the proclamations resolutions section. The time is 11:27. We will go into recess and be back here on the dais at 11:37. We are now in recess. So that. Back from recess. Boom. So we now go to public comments. First up is Dolores Phillips. Following Ms. Phillips is Chris Wood.
Dolores Phillips, thank you for allowing me to speak. Judge O'Hare, you do have handouts. This is very dangerous. This puts technology more powerful than you as a judge, and that's dangerous times. I went to your records building across the street in the old Tarrant County Courthouse. They could not print for me what I saw, part of my records that I say were falsified, and this is an ongoing building of records. You have handouts. When you look at the first handout, it's the one that's 18 pages. IT person, Trissa Crutcher, former chief of police for Fort Worth, Joel Fitzgerald. You have these articles I printed for you. William Burchett and Ronald Burke, they are one of your own. They spoke of injustices and they were subjected to inevitable retaliation. I'm not even a citizen of Fort Worth, or Tarrant County. So you understand the position that I'm in, speaking of injustices. You build files, and it's been going on for over a decade. There is a young lady, and I'm speaking to you, but I've observed Ms. Harrison to be very thorough in her investigations. I want her to study and research the name of Gabrielle Little. I could be her. Her complexion is almost identical to me and Miss Harrison's. And it's very important. I'm going to say that again. I could be her. I could be Sheriff Adam King in Johnson County. I could be law enforcement in Godley County, because what I'm subjected to is a criminal conspiracy, a tri-county, tri-city criminal conspiracy.
Thank you, Ms. Phillips.
Judge O'Hare.
Thank you.
Judge O'Hare, DF 9211850.
Thank you, Ms. Phillips. Your time is up. Thank you. All right. Following Ms. Phillips, we have Ms. Wood, and then we have Lynn Roth.
I'm Chris Wood. I'm here to say thank you and to ask you to continue funding programs like the Treatment Alternative to Incarceration Program, TAIP, and Tarrant County's My Health, My Resources, MHMR, Substance Use Services. TAIP helps people get connected to assessment and treatment they otherwise could not afford. And MHMR provides care that includes sliding scale options. I used to assume people use drugs for fun. I was not trying to judge anyone. I did not understand how often addiction begins as an attempt to escape pain. In 2016, I became severely depressed. I needed psychiatric care, therapy, and psychiatric medication. In 2018, I was introduced to drugs. After one hit, my mental anguish disappeared for a couple of minutes. The pain, self-hatred, and grief were gone. The relief was so powerful, it felt like nothing else mattered. For the next few years, my life narrowed to two things: using or finding money to use again. Even the waiting became a distraction. As my mental health improved, I finally had enough stability to start breaking away. I wish I could say once I quit, I never looked back. I cannot. I relapsed, but I kept getting back up. Over time, I was able to leave drugs behind. People told me, you have to cut off everyone who still uses. But some of those people were there for me at my lowest. I needed help learning how to support them without risking my own recovery, and that took guidance. I'm asking you, keep investing in TAIP and MHMR's substance use services. These programs reduce repeat offenses, stabilize families, and make Tarrant County safer. Please, continue funding them so more people can get help before they lose everything. Thank you.
Thank you. Lynn Roth? Is Lynn Roth present? Following Ms. Roth, we have Bailey Funk and Byron Funk.
Hi, my name is Lynn Roth, and I'm here today regarding concerns surrounding the investigation and manner of death determination for my son Walker. I want to be very clear. I am not asking this court to change his death certificate. What I am asking for is oversight, transparency, accountability, and a serious look at whether the current policies and standards within the Tarrant County Medical Examiner's Office are sufficient to protect the public. During a recorded call with Dr. Stacy Murthy, she stated, quote, "It is a contact gunshot wound to the abdomen, and the same photo shows him laying over a bed and not having to traverse the house. That is like indicative of a suicide," end quote. She also stated, quote, "From just looking at the body," end quote. And regarding trajectory, she stated, quote, "There isn't an exit gunshot wound, so I have not gotten the trajectory wrong," end quote. These statements are significant because there appears to be no photographic documentation supporting her trajectory analysis, positioning assumptions, or the exclusion of alternate manners of death like accidental or undetermined. If a conclusion is important enough to be written in the narrative of a death investigation, then the evidence supporting that conclusion should also be documented. Over the past year and a half, our family has spent an extraordinary amount of time reviewing reports, photographs, public records, body cam footage, policies, timelines, and medical examiner records connected to Walker's death investigation. What we found were repeated inconsistencies, investigative concerns, missing documentation, and a system with very little meaningful external review. The Denton County investigative report contained numerous factual inaccuracies. Only one error.
Ms. Roth, I'm sorry, your time is up.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Are you Mrs. Funk? Yes, okay. Where is it?
Good morning. My name is Bailey, and I am Walker's sister. I appreciate the opportunity. I want to emphasize that this is not simply about one family disagreeing with a conclusion. This is about whether the public can trust that death investigations in this county are being conducted thoroughly, independently, transparently, and with sufficient documentation to support life-altering determinations. When a medical examiner rules a death a suicide, homicide, accident, or undetermined, that conclusion carries enormous weight. It affects families, insurance matters, public records, criminal investigations, and the permanent historical record of a person's life. Because of that, the public should expect that conclusions are supported by clear evidence, complete investigations, and transparent documentation. The Dallas Office of Community Police Oversight reviewed complaints related to the police investigation tied to Walker's case. The board agreed with our assertion that the Dallas Police Department did not conduct a complete or proper investigation. During those proceedings, board members, Judge Landers stated, quote, "Had he done a proper investigation, then the conclusion, I believe, would have been different from suicide." Additional concerns were raised by OCPO board member Brandon Friedman, who stated during deliberations that he had formal firearms training and professional weapons experience. After reviewing the information, Mr. Friedman stated, quote, "It doesn't look like a suicide." He further stated, "If you're gonna shoot yourself intentionally, you don't drop the mag." And additionally, that is what it looks like to me very, very clearly. The people who have weapons experience are saying that this was unlikely to have been intentional. Those statements matter because they came from an independent oversight board members reviewing concerns surrounding the investigation itself. That should concern every citizen in the county. A death investigation should not rely on assumptions unsupported by documentation. Alternative explanations should not be dismissed without showing how they were ruled out. If accidental death or undetermined death are excluded, there should be document evidence showing why. If trajectory is referenced, there should be photographic and analytical documentation supporting it.
Thank you. Next, we have Mr. Funk. Following Mr. Funk, we have Bob Willoughby.
Walker was my son, but today I'm speaking not only as his dad, but as a member of the public, asking this court to seriously examine transparency and accountability within the Tarrant County Medical Examiner's Office. Over the last year and a half, our family has reviewed reports, timelines, public records, and investigative materials connected to Walker's death. What we found were inconsistencies, unanswered questions, and a process with very little meaningful independent review available to families once concerns are raised. Most people assume there is a clear pathway to address inaccuracies or request outside review when substantial concerns exist regarding a death investigation. What we learned is that families are often directed back into the same system they are questioning. This is not meaningful independent oversight. The public places enormous trust in the medical examiner's office. These offices are responsible for determining the official manner and cause of death, and those determinations become permanent legal records. Because of that, transparency and professional accountability matter. Our family also currently has multiple Public Information Act requests pending before the Texas Attorney General involving records connected to this office. The public also has a right to know who is entrusted with handling their loved ones after death. A forensic pathologist currently employed at the Tarrant County Medical Examiner's Office previously took home a portion of a descendant's body. These remains were handled by the pathologist's children and photographed by the pathologist's spouse. This matters, especially considering that this office was already subject to significant public scrutiny and professional conduct concerns raised before this court in 2021. When the questions or differing opinions were raised regarding investigative conclusions, our family encountered responses that reinforced how difficult it is to meaningfully challenge or independently review those conclusions. Our family consulted an independent forensic pathologist with extensive medical.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
I want to say thank you to the Funk family for being courageous enough to come down here and tell us about this. Thank you so much. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
All right, Mr. Willoughby. Following Mr. Willoughby is Paul David Williams.
Hi. I guess my main thing is going to be about the citizens and our rights in the council here, school. It looks like we're always 2 minutes, I guess. I would suggest put it back to 3 minutes. I tried to explain that last time, how important it would be to give back to the people. I mean, as a campaign manager, taken away from the people, I don't think that helps you, and it doesn't net you anything at all, Tim, but giving does help you, you know. So, and also by cutting this down, before I got a chance to criticize your opponent, I was going to criticize, I ran out of time. You cut me down, but that's all right. But what I want to make a point is, if you don't understand what I'm trying to say, ask your wife, because wives are good about that. At least mine was. 35 years of marriage, and she never missed one opportunity to point out where I was wrong. I grant you. So if you don't understand me, ask her, okay? Now, the other thing I was going to try to say to Lisa was that I asked her to ask our DA, just to ask him, why is he not answering? And I don't understand this. I've called the state DA too, the main office with Paxson, and they say the DA has all kind of power here. If he wants to act on a criminal case, he can. If he doesn't, because he's got documents, 100% undisputable misrepresentation of money, funds in Fort Worth that involves Mayor Parker, and he will not act on them. He says he will not dispute them, and he will not act on them, and he will not answer. We don't have a DA when they can do that. There ought to be a rule against that, period. Not on this case, but any case, there should be. So I'm asking people to ask the DA, why will he not act on these rules? I mean, it is 100% proof there is money from the CCP funds, and he can invoke the Texas Rangers to do an audit, but he won't do it. He won't even talk. That's where I got a problem right there. Anyway, thank you for your time. I'm running out of time. Give us 3 minutes. I can't talk that quick. Thank you.
Thank you. Is Mr. Williams present? Paul David Williams. All right, next we go to Buff Kaiser. Is Buff Kaiser present? Mr. Kaiser. Following Mr. Kaiser is Bishop Kirkland.
I'm Buff Kaiser, resident of Fort Worth, and for many months
I have been speaking to you about a mystery we have with these duplicates in our voter rolls. And this month, I can tell you, we have solved the mystery. And what we found, this is coming from the Secretary of State Team 2.0 system down in Austin. It's generating the duplicates and not removing them. And we've got this conclusively proven by working with an election administrator in another county who has verified this is the case on using their own county data. It's absolutely rock solid that this has happened. And we've also applied artificial intelligence to these duplicates, and it has ascertained that they are coming from the Secretary of State. And the solution is to use driver's license number to help do the matching. And 35 states in our country already use driver's license. Another 12 use it as a backup. Texas is one of the very few larger states not using driver's license number for statewide matching. We do have driver's license numbers for residents of Tarrant County with our voter rolls, and we have provided copies to Clint and Troy of the Tarrant County records that have the duplicates. There are about right now 8,000 records in the Tarrant County registration database today that are duplicated, many of them with other counties in the state. So I've got copies of all this for you. I'll leave, and I've got extra copies too, so I'll leave these with Ruth. And but it's good news that we know where this is coming from. The mystery has been solved. We're going to be working with the Secretary of State to address this, as well as 5 state legislators and 2 congresspeople from Texas. Thank you.
Thank you. Following Bishop Kirkland, we have Billy Wilson.
The question I have for legal today is how can we have a public hearing on an agenda item that we can't talk or comment on? In the sheriff briefing last month, he failed to mention that if Sean was his son, he never would have been in jail in the first place. Unlike Sean, his son was saved from the system. Another manipulation of facts was about releasing videos the Johnson family has repeatedly asked for his to be released. Why is it so convenient for the sheriff to make all these meetings now? Is it because he didn't have to face us anymore, our questions? I have questions for the 2 of you regarding the Barr's death. What time was he found unresponsive? What time did he leave the jail? And what were his vital signs when he left the jail? What time did he arrive at the hospital? And what time was he pronounced dead? These aren't rhetorical questions. The answer to these questions will prove that people are dying in that jail and not at JPS. Next, the answer to the question about the juvenile system. The answer is Judge Kim and you people, because you fixed something that wasn't broken in the first place. And Judge, in your words, because of too much woke language. Matt, for the record, the NAACP is a nonpartisan organization. You come in here with all your love about Jesus rhetoric, yet you pose proudly with a picture of pedophile Pastor Robert Morris. I recently saw a flyer that said something about biblical values. Well, what biblical values do you exhibit in this room? Y'all post the 10 Commandments, which is the letter of the law, the words of compassion from Yeshua. Judge O'Hara and Bill Wayburn, please let me know what it takes to be a bronze contributor of the Texas.
Thank you. Your time is up. Mr. Wilson, following Mr. Wilson is Nan Terry.
We stand to speak against those who choose to silence us. Wrong-headed, a democracy led by nationalistic ideologies over local contiguous governance. George Washington, in his farewell speech, warned about party. He believed that the stability of the republic was threatened by the forces of geographical socialism, political factionalism, and interference by foreign powers and nations in domestic affairs. When you choose national political parties, ideals over local governance, you get taxation without representation. You get a city like Arlington, who we paid the taxes for, but yet we have people who didn't pay taxes making decisions on what we do with our stadium. You get a TEA takeover of local schools, despite the obvious achievements that you celebrate. with no accountability to them at all. You get a commissioner's court where the voice of the people is diminished and ignored. You get a county that denies the use of facilities to NAACP, a nonpartisan group, but yet you allow Taya Kyle, a political activist. You divide our contiguous communities like Arlington and Mansfield into political factions. When disaster strikes, it won't be factions or parties, but your contiguous communities who respond. That's what first responders are, a contiguous people. When your party screw up the economy, it won't be your political party, but our contiguous communities like our food banks, our churches, our civic organizations who come to the needs of the people. When safety is threatened with your physical or your mental health, it is the contiguous community that is going to respond. You, through your actions were a catalyst for a national political gerrymandering, which broke up the representation into contiguous communities in favor of political power. You destroyed the pinnacle of the civil rights. You betrayed our founding fathers in calling yourselves patriots. Proverbs, I'll just leave it right there.
Thank you, sir. Next, we have Nan Terry. Following Ms. Terry, we have Harriet Harrell.
I urge you to change the format of these meetings. What message are you sending to the students, many of whom sit in an overflow room while waiting? Transparency is lacking again. I've spoken on this issue before. You will vote on 2 purchasing items, Q1 and 2, related to defendant-paid items, but nowhere in the backup information online is the cost to the defendant shown. Do you know what it costs the defendants? There's a fine line between rehabilitation and setting a defendant up to fail. With inflation reported this morning at 3.8%, do you know what you're choosing? Rehabilitation or failure. Next, I fully agree with your ability to set policies on the use of county space. However, I demand fairness and equality in how that is implemented. Commissioner Kraus, I followed your lead when you recounted how you turned away a group who wanted to use the sub-courthouse because they were partisan. C2 requests use for first responders and spouse for a seminar held by Taya Kyle. An online search finds Mrs. Kyle, the widow of U.S. Navy SEAL Chris Kyle. Wikipedia states she's a Republican contributor of Fox News and worked on Sheriff Wayburn's political campaign. Please remember this group voted to deny NAACP the use of county space because you thought NAACP was considered partisan when you vote on this item. I'm not opposed to supporting our first responders and their spouses. I'm opposed to inequality in how county space is used. Next, Zomner versus Tarrant County. Do the right thing. Look at the memorandum and order from Judge O'Connor when he denied the county's request to dismiss last August. And I end with a quote from Fox News on April 22nd, 2025, 26. A 36-year-old inmate, John Barr, died Sunday after being found unresponsive in his cell just days after his arrest for a parole violation. Thank you for your time.
Following Ms. Harrell, we have Samantha Woodworth.
Last week, the Texas Defender Service reported that although Tarrant County has only 7% of Texas population, it has accounted for nearly 25% of the state's death penalty trials since 2020. Since 24, that figure has risen to 42%. Since 2012, 69% of the people the DA's office has sought to execute have been Black, despite Black residents making up only about 20% of the county population. I urge this court to request a public briefing and hearing from the DA's office and to ask the county administrator to convene the Criminal Justice Coordinating Council to address discriminatory patterns in capital prosecutions. On page 1,345 of your agenda, regarding the Sheriff's Office request to use public space for a seminar presented by Taya Kyle. At this last meeting, this court denied the nonpartisan NAACP use of a public facility because it might be perceived as partisan. Regardless of topic, Taya Kyle herself is already publicly associated with partisan political activity, including Fox commentary, endorsements of Republican candidates, and service as treasurer for Bill Wayburn's campaign. If perceived partisanship was the standard applied to the NAACP, then consistency requires the same standard here. Vote no on this request. Thank you.
Is Ms. Woodworth present? Samantha Woodworth. All right, next we have Deborah Kratke. Following Ms. Kratke is Linda Hanratty.
I'm Debbie Kratke. I live in Crowley, Texas. I'm speaking today on the contract renewal for interactive data. When this contract first came before you guys last summer, I made a comment and stated I saw no sense in giving a third party all of our voter information. In the article I'm sure you've all read, experts stated that they had never heard of another county outsourcing this project to someone other than the county. The county was awarded that, the company that was awarded that contract, Interactive Data, uses extensive databases that promise a fuller picture of all consumers who have had a footprint anywhere in the United States. Before we talk about what could go wrong, let's talk about who Interactive Data is. It didn't take me long to figure out that Interactive Data is not registered with the Better Business Bureau in Florida, but the BBB do retain negative reviews. One listed comment indicated that there was a complete lack of transparency, denials without explanation, and frustrating customer service. Since these comments were made in 2023, prior to 2025, I'm assuming the information never made it in the way of people who are going to be voting in Tarrant County. To complicate the situation, the contract states they would be billing batch prices for 1.5 million people twice a year. At that time, I didn't understand exactly what that meant. I read the article, and then I did. This is, since I don't have the full 3 minutes, let me cut to the chase. These databases are permanent assets of this company. They are not created by the county, therefore not deleted when the contract's in. So that means approving this contract is about so much more than approving a small contract of less than $50,000. It's about who gets to vote.
Following Ms. Hanratty, we have Reed Bills.
On the consent agenda, Tax Assessor S4, Property Tax Waivers. I question the May 26 waiver to CMW Office Services, LLC, of over $165,000. All the other waivers in April and May are small amounts, but this stands out. I request that the public be provided with a justification for this high-dollar waiver. I also question the lack of information on the cause of death for the jail inmate who died in December 2025. For some reason, cause of death information on jail deaths always seems to take an inordinate amount of time, which is unsatisfactory. And other people have talked about the medical examiner. I am saddened by the recent death of an inmate and lack of information about the circumstances surrounding his death, which Reverend Kirtland has talked about. I am pleased that there have been not so many jail deaths this year. In fact, this is the first, but the public needs to have more information about each jail death so we can support the sheriff's efforts to limit them. Thank you.
Thank you. Following Ms. Bills, we have Syeda Syed.
3 items. 1, consent agenda facilities. Number 4, Cold Springs Jail renovations. I have asked many times what specific population will be housed in this facility. My tax money is funding this project, so I have a right to know the specific intended use and be assured that the jail will not become an ICE detention center. 2, reports of business. C, purchasing. 15, cancellation of jail staffing contract for convenience. I questioned the outsourcing of jail personnel when this contract was approved. The reasons for involving a third party in our county jail, which is the responsibility of our sheriff, seemed like a bad idea. Since there is no information about paragraph 8 of the contract provided, I would like an explanation of convenience. Does the sheriff now agree with me that this was a bad idea? Precinct 2, seeking additional funds for transforming lives for community outreach. I support this request from Commissioner Simmons. It has become apparent that the county did not allot sufficient funds when it deleted the outreach program from its services to constituents. That error needs to be corrected now and continue in the future.
Thank you.
Following Ms. Syed, we have Gib Portwood.
I'm Sayada Sayed, and Tarrant County taxpayer deserves answer from the Tarrant Appraisal District regarding the controversial reappraisal plan and the growing number of overvalued properties in the tax year 2025 and 2026. During tax April 30th, 2026 entity meeting, Chief Appraiser reportedly stated that nearly 204,000 properties received valuation reduction in 2025 after property owners filed protest. These raises serious concern about accuracy and fairness of the original reappraisal plan. If approximately 204,000 protested properties were reduced in valuation and over 190,000 additional residential properties remain unchanged and overvalued, it suggests that close to 394,000 properties, which is more than half of the residential accounts, have been initially overvalued in 2025 tax year. 190,000 properties, especially those with property value is 500,000 or less, may still be paying taxes based on inflated values. This effectively shifted the burden of proof from appraisal district to the taxpayer, forcing homeowners to spend time and resources collecting valuation error that should not have occurred in the first place. TAS's decision to freeze residential values while market conditions change has also created concerns about unequal and non-uniform appraisal across the Tarrant County, specifically colored neighborhood. A frozen value does not automatically mean a fair value. Taxing entities pay appraisal district with taxpayer dollars to perform accurately and equitable appraisals. Taxpayers deserve transparency, accountability, and equal treatment under Texas property tax law. The growing number of protests suggests that the current reappraisal strategy has failed. Many homeowners and risking pushing tax closer to increase.
Thank you, Ms. Syed.
Thank you for your time.
Are you Mr. Portwood? Yes, sir. Okay. Following Mr. Portwood, we have EJ Carrion.
Hello, my name is Gib Portwood. I am a resident of Fort Worth, Texas. I'm also a property tax consultant. I am an expert on the property tax laws and on the property tax system we have here in Texas. I'm commenting on the briefing that you're getting today on the appraisal plan, and this is a bad plan. It has failed at providing property tax relief, and it should be thrown out. Thank you. The plan does nothing to limit the tax revenues collected by the tax entities, and it severely distorts the uniformity of appraisals, causing 80% of all homeowners to pay more than their fair share of tax. In 2024, the last year appraisals were done, we saw very uniform appraisals. Most appraisals were between 93 and 95% of their actual market value. In 2025, the most valuable homes were only tax appraised at 75 to 80% of their actual market value, while the overwhelming majority of homes less than $500,000 in value were tax appraised at 92% of their value. This created a discount that the most valuable homes received in their property taxes that can be measured in the tens of millions of dollars, if not $50 million or more. And that discount was paid for by the average homeowner in a home less than $500,000. This is the current state of appraisals, and it's only going to get worse in 2026. Any commentary that tries to say otherwise is false. Additionally, because of the homestead cap, most homeowners in the most valuable homes will continue to receive a discount for the next 5 to 6 years, while the average homeowner runs out of tax relief, cap relief in a year or two. The chief appraiser needs to be allowed to conduct annual appraisals.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Following Mr. Carry-On, we have Nydia Cardenas.
My name is EJ Carrion, and I'm here to talk about Manny Ramirez's recent Fort Worth Inc. magazine titled Lower the Temperature in Politics and Return to Results. It was posted March 5th. I couldn't speak earlier because I was suspended for 2 months. But in here you say, we will never agree on every issue, but we agree on far more than the loudest voices admit. Safe streets, strong schools, reliable infrastructure, protected rights, and opportunity for every family. In politics, we must lower the temperature. However, over the last year since I've been coming to County Commissioner's Court, you're literally the person on the thermostat turning up the temperature. Congratulations on your year anniversary of missing your only Precinct 4 meeting in Azle ISD for the racial gerrymandering. If you look at our country today, you literally voted on the Petri dish that scaled across this country. You voted for state ICE grants. You did shady development with data centers in West Texas. You're the Texas Juvenile Justice Board leader, and we send most kids to state prison. You allow TAD to suffocate public schools where even rich suburban areas are closing schools. You allow 10 Commandments where First Liberty Institute who was on the board for Project 2025 to do 10 Commandments. A recent example is in City Council, District 10, you endorsed Chris Jameson, who is backed by Mercy Culture, rather than the Latina Alicia Ortiz with 10 years of city experience. So I don't know what your obsession is with your proximity to white Christian nationalism. Rather than a multicultural coalition, you are not fit to lead the Latino community. I hope that seat is getting hot.
Following Ms. Cardenas, we have Jane Collins.
I wanted to speak on consent agenda item under purchasing number 4, mosquito control. So I was glad to see the mosquito control contract on the consent agenda, but I saw in the supporting documents that no expenditures have been made against that in the last 12 months. The World Cup kicks off on June 14th, and AT&T Stadium is hosting more matches than any other venue. Officials have projected 3.8 to 4 million visitors through the region. So how do we welcome these guests with care and responsibility? So some of our guests are coming from countries where mosquito-borne diseases are actively surging right now. And the disease transmission risk doesn't require millions of people. It just requires one infected person and one mosquito bite. So an infected traveler gets bitten by a local Aedes mosquito, which Tarrant County's own surveillance program confirms is already abundant throughout this county, then transmits that disease to local residents. I've reviewed Tarrant County's updated 2025 response guidelines, and the current plan for the West Nile virus requires both confirmed human cases and multiple mosquito samples before triggering ground spraying, and that threshold is higher than in 2021, which did not require human cases first. Have there been respective updates to the Zika and dengue plan? The American Mosquito Control Association's best management practices are explicit about adulticiding should be considered even in the absence of human cases because the goal is prevention, not reaction. Dallas County has announced that they're doing something special for the World Cup and will be actively testing local mosquitoes for chinca, dengue, and Zika diseases directly tied to the international travel. I haven't seen any announcement from Tarrant County about this. So what specific contingencies has Tarrant County put in place for vector-borne disease introduction during the World Cup? Are we confident we can act before human cases appear? I ask the court to be proactive on this and to communicate with the public so we can actually celebrate the Summer of Global Connection and do so responsibly. Thank you.
Thank you. Following Ms. Collins, we have Josh Lucas.
To that point, Chandler, aren't we working with FIFA? Is our public health working with FIFA?
Yes, ma'am. They're in the coordination meetings with regards to public health.
Okay, so to answer her questions about the possibility of vector-borne diseases, what? Are we on top of it? What's happening?
We are obviously coordinating with the cities, regionally, state, and federal levels on all kinds of areas. Dr. Bird certainly could give more details on that if needed.
Okay, we don't meet until June. I was going to say brief it, but okay.
Ms. Collins,
Thanks.
go ahead.
Hello. Several people have already mentioned how the Commissioner's Court seems to be promoting partisan politics on the question of allowing Taya Kyle to speak, even though she's clearly a Republican, and they would not let, you would not let the NAACP use the facilities according to the last vote that I saw at the last meeting. And so it seems to me there's a discrepancy here that the NAACP is considered partisan, despite the fact that I have been to many events that they've given where they had all the candidates invited and speaking. So I really can't see how anybody would say that NAACP is partisan, but this person, Taya Kyle, I think she was the campaign manager for the sheriff, and she had many other activities she seemed to be involved in that were Republican. So I would think that either allow the NAACP to use the facilities or not allow this person to use the facilities.
Thank you.
Following Mr. Lucas, we have Alexander Montalvo.
Hello, I'm Josh, Fort Worth native, and I'm involved in a lot of the groups that are worried about the deaths in the jail. And so $600,000 has been spent on attorney fees for Anthony Johnson's murder. Johnson is the veteran who was pepper sprayed and sat on in our jail, resulting in his homicide, as determined by a coroner. John Barr is the most recent person to die in the jail, and his cause of death is still to be determined by our coroner. Deaths in the jails have cost the taxpayer $1.2 million for baby Zenora and $1 million for Javante Myers. These are the largest lawsuits in Tarrant County history, and yet there's still no justice for Anthony Johnson's family. Right now, there is not a viable mental health court, and on average, the mentally ill are spending twice the length of their sentence in jail. The law requires that the release of low-level, non-violent, mentally ill offenders on a personal bond. This law has not been complied with. Single-party rule for decades is the recipe for dictatorship. It creates a culture of corruption and complacency. Power at the top looks the other way if it's in their interest or their party's favor. And our jail that leads to homicide and injustices and deaths. You can find a list of people who have died in the jail under Wayburn's watch at stormerfortexas.com under the jail deaths tab. That's all my time.
Is Mr. Montalvo present? All right, next we have Joanna Hinojosa. Is Ms. Hinojosa present? Next is Ambika Sharma. Following Ms. Sharma, we have Lon Burnham.
Hello, hi. Thank you for the opportunity to address you. My name is Ambika Sharma, and I'm speaking on 3 topics. So first, Interactive Data LLC. This is the agenda item Q, purchasing item number 17. I basically urge you to not vote to renew the contract. The thought of a private company having so much PII data, which is personally identified information, so the thought of a private company having so much PII data frightens me. I am from the tech industry. I know what we can do with data. I have a master's in machine learning. So again, when I chose to register to vote with Tarrant County or in Tarrant County, I decided that I own my data and the county owns my data. By registering to vote, I did not give the authority for Tarrant County to give my PII voting data to a third party. Now, what will that third party do? Will they sell my data? What are the recourses? Like, what if they have my information incorrect? How do I make my information whole with them? I don't want to go to the voting poll and then find out that I cannot vote because the information was erroneous. So the lack of accountability for a third party is problematic to me. So I urge you to look into the contract that is up for vote today. What are the stipulations, the consequences that there will be for interactive data? I just don't want them to sell our data. Second, property taxes. I see you're here. Appraisals have been frozen. I understand that TAD Board of Directors wanted to provide tax relief to taxpayers. I actually appreciate that, and I commend the spirit. However, unless you've been living under a rock, you know that property appraisals have not been stagnant, quite the opposite, they have gone down. So if we truly wanted to give our taxpayers property tax relief, we should have sent them notices with lower property appraisals, not the same year over year. So again, we're putting the burden on property taxpayers to go ahead and protest by May 15th and explain why should their property appraisals be lower. So that's not in the intent of being fair to the property taxpayers. And number three,
Thank you.
Yeah.
Following Mr. Burnham, we have John Hinojosa.
I begin my 3-minute prepared statement with accusations that this court is guilty of hubris, arrogance, hypocrisy, and racist actions. We'll see how far we can get in this 3-minute commentary. While the hubris, arrogance, and hypocrisy of this court seem boundless, its indifference to the pain and suffering it causes is even worse. Since you have cut your availability during public meetings to 1/4 of what it was just 3 years ago, and you don't seem to be working to address the problems of the county, have you considered reducing your pay by 1/4? To 1/4. Given your work record, you may have missed the coverage of the 2 major dailies, but over the Texas Defense Service media event. The Dallas Morning News headline was "Tarrant Tops for Death Penalty Trials." 92% of the sentences since 2012 have been against racial and ethnic minorities. These are the planned violations of the 6th commandment. You may have missed the cruelty of the sentence of Dylan Lofton, and the headline, quote, "As the Dylan Lofton case shows, being mentally ill can sometimes be considered a crime in this county." I'm pretty certain neither you nor your staff reviewed all 1,770 pages of this month's agenda. I'm wondering again about those out-of-state travel budgets to unnamed conferences. Is it because so many of them are Christian nationalist events? There should be transparency. And what about that so special event for first responders and their spouses? The featured speaker is a known partisan Christian nationalist. Shouldn't you apply the same standards there as you did to the NAACP? Hypocrisy is in plain view. How about the emergency management plan? Did any of you know whether or not the probability of high-level radioactive waste being hauled through downtown Arlington, Fort Worth is addressed?
Your time is up.
And what about
Mr. Burnham, your time is up. Mr. Burnham, please take a seat. Is Mr. Hinojosa present? All right, next we have Jackie Johnson. Is Ms. Johnson present? Next we have Merle Glasscock. Is Ms. Glasscock present? Following Ms. Glasscock, we have Robert Van. Would you like me to bypass you?
Pardon? May I come after the next person?
Sure. Is Mr. Van present?
Pursuant to Texas Open Meetings Act, Public Testimony, paragraph 551.007, I continue to voice the complaint of myself and many members of the public, and you've heard some here today, regarding this court's obvious dislike of citizen testimony, reflected in its continuing and increasing vice-like restriction on that testimony. I look forward to a future courts relaxing those draconian policies and returning to the more lenient and friendly rules of previous courts. This court continues to fund remodeling of the Cold Springs internment facility, but remains unwilling to inform the public, who are bearing the cost of this work, just what specific intended use is planned for it. How about loosening up on your information stranglehold and making the intended end use of this facility public? Jail deaths and the lack of accountability for them continue apace in Sheriff Wayburn's Tarrant County jails. Because of the extreme lack of transparency on the part of the Sheriff's Department and this court, I'm not sure that anyone has an exact count of how many souls have met their demise in that facility. But we know that number well exceeds 70 since Wayburn was first elected. John Barr is the latest that we are aware of, having met his end April 19th. The family of Shunte Broaddus, who died in Wayburn's custody December 21st, is still waiting for determination of her cause of death. Surely, we can do better.
All right, Ms. Glasscock. Following Ms. Glasscock is Laura Oakley.
Thank you, Commissioners. Good afternoon. As a concerned Tarrant County resident, I want to bring awareness to the findings in the recent Texas Defender Service report entitled An Extreme Outlier that highlights troubling racial disparities in how the death penalty is pursued in our county. The report found that Black residents were disproportionately charged with capital murder in cases that later resulted in acquittals, dropped charges, or no jail time at all. These findings raise serious concerns about racial bias, fairness, and the long-term harm these practices cause to communities of color. I urge the court to examine these disparities closely and support policies that prioritize true public safety, accountability, and justice for all Tarrant County residents. Thank you for your time and your service.
Is Ms. Oakley present? All right, Charles Wiedemeyer. Following Mr. Wiedemeyer is Mike Oakley.
Good afternoon. I'm here simply to request that you guys check with the leadership of the ballot board before you award a new annual contract to a company from Minnesota. It's Taylor Print and Visual Impressions, who have a pending contract that's on your consent agenda today for annual printing and mailing absentee ballots. Ballot board members have reported to us that there's been confusion and extra work required by errors in printing and quality control issues. And so we just ask that you check with ballot board and see if maybe we want to look for somebody in Texas or ideally Tarrant County. Thank you.
Thank you. Is Mr. Oakley present? Next is Nate Ballman. Mr. Ballman present. Next is Kimberly Edmonds. Is Ms. Edmonds present? And last is Patsy Abbott. Is Ms. Abbott present? All right, seeing none, we now move to our consent agenda. Do we have a motion to approve the consent agenda as amended?
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve the amended consent agenda. Any discussion? All right, please cast your votes. Commissioner Kraus is a yes, passes unanimously. Now that would bring us to item C2, which is consideration of amended and restated tax abatement agreement and consent to assignment for the Arlington Commons Development Phase 1C. Are there questions on this item or a motion?
I have questions, and I'm happy to make the motion. Megan, just to be sure I'm understanding this correctly, the owner wants to sell this phase of Arlington Commons to a different entity, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And the owner wants Tarrant County to transfer the abatement on the property to a new owner?
Yes, ma'am.
Right. Who are the current owners, not the LLCs? Were you able to get the names?
Yes, it is the Nehemiah, so it's Robert Kimball.
Okay. And how long has he owned it?
Since the inception of the build, so
20
about 2018.
18? And who are the future owners?
The future owners are going to be RPM Living, so it's an assignee that you'll see the name of, but RPM Living is going to be managing the day-to-day operations of it.
Okay. All right. And this is something that's standard, customary,
Yes, ma'am.
all that good stuff. How many Tarrant County active abatements does that Arlington Commons have?
I believe it's 4 phases total, and Phase 1A will expire, I believe, this year. So it will become fully taxable. We'll receive the full value after it's expired. This phase, Phase 1C, will be next to come online and then offline, where we receive the full value again.
Okay. Is it 4 or 5?
I believe it's 4 or 5. I'm not exactly sure.
Okay. So I think they have, so the Arlington Commons, that one complex has 4 or 5 abatements.
Correct.
And how many JPS Health Network active abatements does Arlington Commons have?
I believe they apply
The
to all of
same?
theirs. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right, so where I'm going here is that this single complex has 5 county abatements, 5 hospital district abatements, and several city of Arlington abatements. Additionally, I think it's located in a reinvestment zone. Is that correct?
I don't know if it's located in the entertainment district zone that we're
Oh,
talking about.
yeah, it might be too
Yeah, I
far.
think it's a little bit too far outside
Okay.
of it.
All right. I want to be in the future very clear on the implications of these abatements. I couldn't tell from the communication who the buyers and sellers were.
Yes,
I
ma'am.
saw some company names, and how many abatements have been issued on any single development. And I think we need to cap tax abatements at somewhere around 30 to 50% or less. So I'd like to see some policy developed around what kind of projects receive tax abatements. I think we've discussed it before behind closed
Yes, ma'am.
doors, so. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I move approval.
All right, we have a motion on this item. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
We have a second from Commissioner Kraus. Any further discussion? All right, please cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Takes us to item F1. F1.
I pulled that, but got my questions answered this morning, so y'all can take a seat.
F1 is budget and risk management. All right, do we have a motion?
Move approval.
All right, motion to approve. Do we have a second?
Second.
All right, we have a second. Any further discussion? All right, please cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Takes us to item G1, which is community development consideration to submit the program year 2026 annual action plan to the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. I'll move to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Discussion?
Yes. So clearly I support submitting this program year 2026 annual action plan so Tarrant County can continue receiving federal housing and community development funds. I do have a few questions regarding the reallocation outlined in the report. The document references approximately $284,000 in prior year CDBG funds and more than $1.3 million in prior year home funds being reallocated. Why were those funds not previously spent, and what projects will they support now?
Well, as you know, first of all, James M. Clinton, Director of Community Development, and I believe Susan Ah, who's a department planner. As you know, the mayors, there's a team of mayors who categorize these properties, these projects, and they support which ones they think are important. And so bids come in for those projects. Oftentimes, those bids come low. Money's left over from those projects.
Got it.
And then that builds up over time. So what we do is reallocate those funds into future projects that the mayors also decide where those funds go.
Okay.
Same with home funds. Home funds are, We tell HUD how those funds are going to be used. When those funds are not used, then we go back to HUD and say, we've decided to use these funds in a different direction. I'll give you an example. We're putting more funds into home buyer assistance programs. And so we have to let HUD know that's how we're going to use those funds.
Okay, thank you both.
Okay?
All right, any other questions or comments? All right, 3 votes are in. Fourth is a yes, passes unanimously. Next up is K3, approval of a professional services contract with Frank Neal and Associates for structural engineering services for the Mansfield Sub-Courthouse. I'll move to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Discussion?
Yes. Hi there. When was the last time a structural engineering assessment was conducted at that sub-courthouse?
It was conducted originally in 2021 and again here in the spring in February.
Say again?
In February this
What
year. There's a new assessment done recently.
February of 2026?
Yes, ma'am.
And so what are we considering today?
Yes, ma'am. So what you're considering now is a design contract. So the assessment's done, as you're aware, that building is suffering from slab failure, right? That's why the first floor has a change in elevations that are just no good. It's a case of stereotypical Texas clay and construction back in 2000. The original assessment was done in 2021, in which case they found that there was heaving and collapsing of the slab. It's not the primary structure, so it's not the columns or the foundations. It's just the interior slab of the building. At that time of the assessment, part of that assessment said we should hold and watch to see if it's going to continue to worsen or if it becomes static. In February, the court approved the reassessment. We completed the reassessment. We have a meeting set up next week to go through those final reviews. And at this time, this is a request because this contract, after the assessment, would now go to a structural design to tell us how to remedy it and complete the design process so that we would then go into a bid construction process.
Okay. All right, thank you. Yeah, at some point, we have to ask ourselves whether continuing to spend taxpayer dollars repairing that facility with an overwhelming amount of recurring flooding, structural, plumbing, everything, space issues is the best long-term use of public funds. There's been a plan in place since 2018, is what I was told, for a new Mansfield Sub-Courthouse, and this court continues to say, well, yeah, some members say, yeah, but I understand there needs to be a new Mansfield Sub-Courthouse. We have long identified property, which is probably no longer available. We've got the money in reserves. They've been saving it since 2018, but here we are, throwing money at a facility we should not be in. And I've got a buyer who will take it off our hands as is, but we continue to play games up here, and it's a money pit. So I'm not supportive of it. Thank you, though, for coming.
All
out.
right, any other questions or comments on this item? All right, in favor or opposed?
Aye. Sorry.
All right, so it passes 3-1. Takes us to P1, which is consideration to reappoint Dr. William Brian Byrd as Tarrant County Public Health Director and Health Authority. I will make that motion.
Second. Second.
We have a motion and a second on that item. Is there any discussion?
Yes. Hello, Dr. Byrd.
Good morning.
So I want to make sure. Let me ask you this.
Yes, ma'am.
Who do you receive an evaluation? Who's this? Yeah.
I do that evaluation, ma'am.
Okay. I want to make sure our public health employees that work for you feel heard and essential services are protected. we cannot afford to lose the purpose and the spirit of public health in Tarrant County. And looking ahead over the next year, I would like to know what your vision is for Tarrant County Public Health.
Yes, Commissioner, thank you for the question. I like where we are in public health right now. We have put together a series of priorities that we worked through a process to put this together, and it's bubbled up, starting with the people on the front lines. And these priorities allow us to put metrics and KPIs in place so that we can answer the questions, how are we doing? How are we doing on HIV prevention, for instance? How are we doing on prevention of tuberculosis spread in Tarrant County? Right now, based on the team that we have and the strategies that we are implementing, I feel good about our ability to execute on these.
What, kind of to break it down, what should employees and the community expect to see in the way of improvements?
Yes, ma'am. We have a lot of work to do, for example, when it comes to the spread of HIV infection in Tarrant County. For about the last 6 years, really since COVID, the rate of spread has been going up and the absolute number of cases has been going up. So we are employing some new strategies so that we can get a hold of that. Because you know the old saying, if it's not working and you keep doing the same thing, it's still not going to work, for instance. So we will keep working on the HIV issue and a number of our other priorities.
Okay. You've mentioned before about doing more with less. What does that actually mean?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for the question. We're able to do that through a number of strategies. The first would be partnerships. And we have a fantastic partnership with our friends from Arlington and the Arlington Fire Department. And we'll know about August or September just how well that's working. However, it's a fantastic example of us being able to leverage local dollars with Arlington dollars and make a big difference. We also are able to do more because of some internal training and internal assessments and internal management shifts that we've been able to make. And thirdly, with the help of our friends in IT, we've been able to streamline our process for disease reporting, for instance. So we can do that with fewer people because like I like to say, if a computer can do it, let's let the computer do it and figure out how to do it. And let's let a human being do it only a human being can do.
That's what I was about to ask. Are we talking about fewer staff, fewer services, fewer programs?
We do not plan on any fewer services at this point, and we are looking forward to expanding our footprint as we move forward with our strategies.
So what programs have been cut since you've been here? You've been here, what? No.
I've been here 1 year and 10.5 months-ish. Yes, ma'am.
So what programs or services have been cut from public health?
So the two significant, thank you for the question. The two significant ones are our refugee program. Yep. We had a refugee clinic. And the other significant program was one of our immunization outreach teams. Both of those were grant related, and we lost those grants.
And so, what do you see as long-term impacts regarding those two losses?
Thank you. Regarding refugee, we are able to handle a lot of those services through our immunization clinics. And we've seen a lot of folks with refugee status, instead of coming to the old refugee clinic, going to our immunization clinics. We also have some other friends and partners here in Tarrant County, mostly at JPS, who have been able to pick up some of that work. On the immunization front, we have a lot of work to do there. There's just a lot's going on with immunizations, generally speaking, but it is a place where our teams are working very hard to make sure that we're getting as many people through that want to vaccinate their children, that we are getting as many people through as we possibly can.
Okay. So who monitors the public health impact?
Well, primarily, I and my team do. And so we have a number of KPIs and a dashboard, and we're continuing to monitor that dashboard. We're continuing to develop a new dashboard and refine these metrics.
And so with regard to your staffing plan, you had a good number of cuts last year, didn't you?
Yes, ma'am, we did. We had a lot of COVID-era funding that went away.
Okay. Now, I am aware that there were 2 managerial positions under budget, one of which is held by a senior budget analyst with a doctorate in finance. Is that position eliminated?
Those people report up to the budget office. I prefer to let budget respond to that one.
Okay. Are they being eliminated?
Yes, there are 2 positions in the business side of it that will be eliminated, and 1 position will be created to combine those 2 duties.
So we didn't need they didn't have the work to do, or I'm trying to figure out why we're getting rid of
One of the
such-
positions was created that is currently filled for DISRIP, and those funds are no longer available. And the other was the business manager, and we can combine the 2 things that they were doing outside of the DISRIP into 1 position. And the business manager's position is vacant at this time.
Okay, well, given how complicated public health funding can be, I'm just curious as to why we would get rid of those 2
Well,
positions.
the DISRIP funds are no longer there, so there is no need for anyone to do that function.
Okay. All right.
Any other questions?
I've got a statement. Dr. Byrd, you've done an incredible job over the last year and a half, or longer than a year and a half. I think every time that we have a conversation about your resources, my question is, what do you need to operate your efficient office? And you tell me bluntly exactly what you need. Your folks seem to be very, very high morale, and it's because of the work that y'all do every single day. You actually make an impact. You had a very, very successful career prior to lending us your services, and I appreciate your willingness to continue to serve in this capacity. So happy to support your reappointment.
Thank you, Commissioner.
And I had an additional question. Speaking to the morale in the department, what have you done specifically to improve trust, communication, morale, employee retention, that type of thing?
Yes, ma'am.
And if I'm honest, I get complaints about what's going on over there. So this seems a good time to, I guess, ask you about it.
Absolutely. So we focus very closely on how we are communicating. And we have a number of systems in place for that. For example, every 2 months, I do what's called a fireside chat. And this is where everybody can log in on a Teams call. It's recorded, and I update everybody on, okay, here's the big rocks in public health right now. Not just as I'm seeing them, but the entire leadership team in public health is seeing them. And then we'll usually have somebody else in a leadership position talk about something that's coming up. For example, we had one of our folks talk about how we're preparing for World Cup coming up. We have quarterly meetings with all of our folks who are managers and supervisors. We had one yesterday. We have instituted a new training on customer service, and we're about halfway through that. That's a 2-year-long training that we're putting in place, allowing people to get certifications in this and that. Given the number of staff that had to leave, of no fault of their own, but because of budget cuts, it's created a challenge for leadership when it comes to morale, for sure, because everyone looks around and goes, gee whiz, am I next? Mm-hmm. And that's completely understandable. And so we feel like it's, from a leadership standpoint, very important to communicate often and directly, just as directly as we can.
Okay. So that's the commitment you make to the employees.
I certainly commit to not only regular communication, but always looking at that system and seeing where we can improve it. Yes, ma'am. We have 11 WIC clinics and 6 vaccine clinics. I personally make it to each of those clinics at least twice a year. And it's more like 3 times a year or so. And I learn a lot. I get to meet people. We get to have great conversations. And so that's another just arrow in the quiver, if you will, for communication on things.
All right, thank you for taking my questions.
Thank
All
you,
right,
Commissioner.
Anything else for Dr. Byrd? All right, Dr. Byrd, I just want to tell you, I think you're doing a fantastic job. Your calm demeanor, your positive outlook, the way you communicate, the way you're open, I appreciate you, and Tarrant County's fortunate to have you in this role representing our public health department. So, thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Please cast your votes. We have a yes from Kraus. We have 4 yeses and an abstention, so it passes. No, I'm sorry, we have 3 yeses and an abstention, so it passes. Next up, we have Q4, which is an annual contract for ground-based mosquito control and surveillance activities. Questions, comments, or motion?
Move approval.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to approve Q4. Any questions or comments?
So yes, I do have questions. So what specific contingencies has Tarrant County put in place for vector-borne disease introduction during the World Cup? I didn't think Melissa would answer that.
Yeah, thank you. And Commissioner, I have one of our associate directors, Sabrina Vidari, here. And if it's okay, I like to hear from experts, and I know you would too. So I'm going to let her answer these questions if okay with you.
Absolutely, she is our expert.
Good afternoon.
Hey, Sabrina.
So for World Cup, we are continually to survey just how we normally have. We do have 36 cities who participate in our surveillance activity in Tarrant County. Those individual cities are responsible for their own abatement within their city limits. But what they do is we provide traps, we provide the identification of the mosquitoes that they bring in, and our lab actually identifies whether or not West Nile virus or St. Louis encephalitis is present. So other illnesses that may come from mosquitoes are ones for the Aedes mosquito, which are human-to-human transmissions. They could be dengue, chikungunya, or Zika. So those, actually, people come in, they are ill with these disease, and they infect our mosquito population. So what happens is these are reportable diseases, and our epidemiology department will let us know. They will reach out to the people. We will ask them if we can set a specific trap in that area to see if those mosquitoes happen to have any of those illnesses in the population. And then we will identify how the best abatement will happen based on what that trap is. We have switched to heavy larviciding within the last year. So West Nile virus is endemic in our area. That came out in about 2012. So the best way to protect yourself from mosquitoes is to reduce the breeding sites, and that's heavily larviciding. So we instituted that last year. We also purchased $20,000 worth of mosquito dunks to give out to the participating cities so they could give out to their citizens as well and part of this initiative. It was wildly successful. We had a reduced number of positive mosquito pools in the unincorporated, and in the cities we did see it go down. So we do track, it's called the MLE and the VI. So the MLE tells us what the infectivity is of the mosquitoes in the area. That has gone down. It has not gone away, as we don't expect it to go away in West Nile virus since it's endemic in the area. And the VI is the vector index, which is the amount of mosquitoes that are around. So with the heavy larviciding, we have reduced the amount of mosquitoes to go down. We do have in our arboviral plan a way to adulticide if needed. So the trigger point for that is if one trap has over 200 mosquitoes that was collected, they are collected overnight, and or if that trap is positive. And that happens 3 consecutive times. They're set weekly for 3 times. We have not seen that in the last season at all. We did see it before when we were heavily spraying and not heavily larviciding.
So with respect to the games,
Yes, ma'am.
are we going to be proactive and put the larva sites?
The larviciding, yes. So we have already purchased some dunks to give out to the cities, so they can help with this initiative as well. So you give it out to citizens. All mosquitoes need is about a capful of water in order to breed. So that's a very small amount. So the dunks you can spread around your lot. If you happen to see where areas of water tend to pool, to put it in that, so it reduces the incidence to mosquitoes. We do have staff that drive around the unincorporated regularly in order to set traps and to look for scouting events. So those scouting events is to put down the larvicide, and we have larvicided over 500 last mosquito season, and so far this mosquito season, we've already done over 150.
Okay. So are we doing this around the hotels that the teams are staying in?
So those are in individual cities, and those cities set those traps, and they do decide where they want to set their traps at. They do have stagnant traps, and we need that for our data so we can tell how the population of the mosquitoes and the virus happens to be around the county. But they do have ability to set temporary traps, and it is up to them if they want to set them near those areas or not.
So now that this contract is being renewed, what is the county's plan to ensure municipalities are actually utilizing it?
So this contract is on a cooperative agreement, and there are quite a few of the cities that actually do use it as part of the cooperative agreement. Part of the contract is for adulticiding, which is spraying out of a truck or backpack spraying, and the other part is for what we provide, which is they set the traps and then we identify them. But it is in part of that contract that if they wanted to set more and we could not have that capacity to identify them, they could do that within this contract.
Do we have any criteria, or is there any that this court or the public health department could use to evaluate whether to keep doing this?
To keep doing the contract?
With the cities, yes. Mhm.
To keep the ground-based contract or to keep with the activities that we do? So
The
it's
activities
a little
that we do.
So I would always recommend, yes, that we continue with the trapping and the identification of mosquitoes within the county. It lets us know where some potential spots may be, where things that need to be looked at and identified. Sometimes you'll find consecutive traps because there's stagnant water around that nobody knew was there before. We've seen them before in areas that a water purifier went out either in the backyard pool or it was at a county park and you see the water stagnation, you know how the jets come up, that actually broke. And we saw a couple of positives come from that area, and we asked the city to go and kind of scout around to see what it was, and that's what it was. So once they got that going, they larvicided a little bit. It did cut down on those traps, and cut down on the abundance and the fact that they no longer came up positive for West Nile virus.
Okay. Thank you, dear. Thanks.
All right, any other questions or comments on this item? All right, Commissioner Kraus, are you a yay? That's a yay, passes unanimously. Goes to Q17, annual contract for communication skip tracing software and maintenance. I will move to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Discussion. Any discussion on this item?
Yes. All right, so if interactive data is being paid with taxpayer dollars to provide data that affects voter registration status, then this court has a responsibility to know whether that data is accurate, whether the methodology is defensible, and whether the error rate is acceptable. Right now, I don't believe this court has been given enough information to answer those questions. When a vendor's data produces false positives, such as living voters being flagged as deceased, the burden should not first fall on the voter to prove that they are alive. The vendor should explain what match criteria are used before a voter is flagged as possibly deceased. My fiduciary concern is this. We're being asked to renew a contract with interactive data But we should not do so before they come before us to answer basic accountability questions. So Clint, let's talk about election integrity. Tarrant County has a responsibility to maintain accurate voter rolls. If a voter has died, moved out of the county, or is otherwise no longer eligible, the county has a legal and administrative responsibility to follow the proper process. But accuracy cuts both ways. Election integrity also means protecting eligible voters from being wrongly flagged, wrongly burdened, or wrongly removed. So has the data from interactive data helped trigger a deceased letter to legitimate Tarrant County voters?
Yes.
Yes. What data sources are being used before your office sends your dead letter to county constituents?
So we get data sources from the county clerk, we get them from the Secretary of State, we get them from other counties, other cities, other states. There's several places that this data comes in. IDI just happens to be one of them. For example, the Secretary of State gave us a list of over 5,000 potential deceased voters after the November election that we were processing. And those also sometimes have false positives in them. So it's there. We have 1.3 million voters, and 100% just isn't achievable.
So if we have access to all those databases, why are we employing an outside vendor?
Because even with that, we still were carrying deceased people on our voter rolls. That was not able to keep our voter rolls clean.
And then what are the metrics of what's a clean voter roll? And we discussed this the other day. Somebody is dying right now. So your voter roll, somebody died 5 minutes ago. So how clean can it be?
Well, I equate it to your house. You clean your house even though it's going to get dusty the next day. You still got to maintain the cleanliness and keep it the upkeep. You know, the question here is the statutory minimum, is that good enough for the Commissioner Court, or is it go above and beyond and do some extra things to keep our house extra clean? In sense, a spring cleaning. This isn't a list that we generate monthly, we pull it once a year. It's just kind of a spring cleaning. Now, we can do the bare minimum if that's what the court wishes, or I will, if you approve, then I will go forth and use the data to get our voter rolls more clean.
So you're getting data. First of all, we have a clerk's office, right, that maintains our death records, our death records. You mentioned Secretary of State's office and some others. I don't see a need to hire continue to pay this interactive data. Let's go back to the deceased people. How many voters have been flagged as deceased and then later confirmed to be alive since the contract with interactive data? And did you have this problem before?
Yes, it happens. That's why the examination letter exists, because there is such a thing as a false positive. So we send that to ensure that the right person is being canceled. You know, in a county as large as we are, we have lots of people that have the same names, same birth month, same birth year. Some of them have, the voter rolls are difficult to maintain because we have so much in common because we are so large.
All right, so how many?
With all of our data sources that we use, we've had 214.
They've been flagged as deceased?
They were sent an examination letter and responded saying they were still alive.
Wow, 214?
Out of 1.3 million, yes, ma'am.
Okay. How many did you have last year before we employed data, interactive data?
I don't have that off the top of my head.
Well, I'll ask you for it. What happens if a voter does not contest the deceased letter within 30 days after your office sends it?
Then the voter registration is canceled.
Okay. So that person could have moved from their apartment complex and moved somewhere else, and the letter went to the apartment complex mailbox. If they didn't get it, they don't respond in 30 days, they're removed from the rolls.
Yes, but that letter is also forwardable, so as long as they did what most people do when you move and you give it to the post office and your mail gets forwarded.
Some people do, some people don't. So does your office ever get a letter that is returned undeliverable? And if that occurs, how do you handle that?
Yes, we have. If it's undeliverable without a forwarding address, then that person is removed from the voter rolls.
Wow, okay. So if a voter who unfortunately doesn't know they've been removed goes to a polling place to vote, they won't be able to vote, right?
No, they will be able to vote. They can vote a provisional ballot, in which we would do the research, see that their record was canceled because it said they were deceased. Clearly, they're not deceased. So then we recommend that the provisional ballot be approved. Or if the judge calls us and says, hey, I've got a voter here, we have a problem, we can go in, reinstate their record, push it to the poll pad, and they can check in to vote right there.
Can you tell me how often that's happened?
A handful of times.
They were given a provisional ballot and their ballot was counted.
I don't know the number of that were just because they were deceased.
Okay, that's okay. So you get the provisional ballot. What are the steps to curing a provisional ballot? Who does the research to accept the provisional ballot? Who does all that?
So curing it depends on what the issue is. If it was no ID, then the voter has to come to my office after the election, show their ID, that will cure it.
I'm dead, not dead.
Dead, not dead. If we would get that, our staff researches the record, they find the record, they see that it was canceled because it was deceased. Clearly the individual existed, they showed in, they checked up, all their information matches. Then we will reinstate the voter record and send the provisional ballot to the ballot board recommending that it be accepted.
Okay. What role does the district clerk's office play in this? Is there cross collaboration between the two departments to confirm the deceased data from interactive data? No?
The district clerk, no.
No? Okay. All right.
All right, anything else from anyone?
Judge.
Oh, are you have a question, Mr. Commissioner Kraus?
Oh.
No.
No, I was just voting.
You were voting,
Oh.
okay. All right, go ahead and cast your votes. All right, it passes 3-1. Takes us to item S4, which is consideration of property tax waivers of penalty and interest. I'll move to approve.
Second.
We have a second from Commissioner Kraus. Any discussion?
Yeah, I have a quick, so when you say there's no fiscal impact associated with this item, I'm trying to understand how this can be true because there's a cancellation or foregone collection here. So now for account, the one that ends in 6943, CMW Office Services, I see 165,000. And then for tax years 2021 through 2024, including 90,900 in attorney's fees. Can you explain that timeline?
Sure. So a little history to it also. If you've been around the Commissioner's Court long enough, the Commissioner's Court used to have to approve all refunds.
Yeah.
That law changed, you no longer have to approve refunds. What you have to approve is penalty and interest, and that's what you're approving here. The refund is not the issue. The issue, this was a 3-year-old case, this was a commercial property, and I could go through the whole litany of why it got where it got, and I'll do that if you'd like, but that money is it's not county money. That is money that they paid to us, and at the end of the day, it was all squared. We're simply refunding their money back. The attorney fees are actually our attorneys.
Well, what controls failed before this
All right, I'll
reached
go
the
through the
attorney
whole thing then.
fee levels?
So this started a year and a half before I was in office. It's a 3-year-old deal. TAD assessed the property at full value, even though the improvement was not fully developed at the time. It was only a frame. In addition, TAD had an incorrect mailing address on file for the property owner. Taxes for the tax year 2021-2024 were billed in March of 2025. TAD issued a March 2025 NCD, which is a new change and deleted list. So we get the new changes and deleted list regularly that say that something changed with the process. So just use your property as an example. You can pay your taxes on your property and then still go appeal the reality of that legally or however you choose to do it. And whenever you get it in your favor, then we go back and refund that back to you. So they paid in 2025 the corrected amount. However, our tax client software did not categorize this account as omitted because we had an incorrect address given to us by TAD. Because of this misclassification, penalty and interest were assessed for a 21-day period allowed by law. So once the whole process starts, the law gives us a certain amount of time to do what we do, and it's usually a 21 or 28 days process. On November the 10th, 2025, we received a request from the property owner's representative asking for a waiver of penalty and interest, which is what comes to you guys. By December of 2025, the account was paid in full, including attorney fees, penalties, and interest. And it's important to note that in order for them to request a waiver of all of that, they have to pay it in advance. And then we go through the waiver process back. It's a pay to, you basically have to pay to ask your questions. TAD issued an additional correction in the January 2026 NCD, which included this account. We've only had 3 meetings of this body since then. After extensive research and ongoing communication with TAD, we concluded that a waiver is justified, and this forms our basis of the waiver request today. So we're simply saying just refund them their money. We agree with what their waiver request is and think that they are owed the money back.
Sure. So what corrective actions are in place for TAD and your office to ensure that issues like this no longer happen?
Well, we deal with this every single week as it goes through issues of dealing with the legal side of it all. In this case, what the reality is would really be on the TAD question of why did we get an incorrect address, which started the whole process.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Yep.
All right, any other questions or comments on this item? All right, please cast your votes. It passes unanimously. Now we go to the regular portion of the meeting. First item is public hearing, 10-1, to consider the application to the Texas General Land Office 2021 Winter Storm Housing and Urban Development Most Impacted and Distressed Counties Program. Do we have a motion on this item?
Move approval.
Second.
All right. Do we have to announce a public hearing, which we have no one signed up to speak to it?
Yes.
So this is a public hearing. There's no one signed up to speak to this item. So we will now entertain the motion and second. Any discussion on this item? Do I need to close the public hearing? No, or is this all part of one thing?
You can do it as one action if you'd like close and approve.
Okay. Is your motion to close the public hearing and approve?
Yes.
Is that your second?
Yes.
Okay. All right, we have a motion and a second. With no discussion, please cast your vote.
Yes.
All right, it passes 4-0. Next up is item 2, a public hearing to consider establishing a Bentley Bridge Drive in Precinct 2. There's no one signed up to speak on this item, so I will make a motion to close the public hearing and establish Bentley Bridge Drive in Precinct 2.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second on that item. Any discussion? All right, please cast your votes. All right, that one passes unanimously. Next up is a public hearing to consider authorizing the placement of stop signs in the Pyramid Acres subdivision in Precinct 2. No one signed up to speak on this item. I'll move to close the public hearing and authorize the placement of stop signs in the Pyramid Acres subdivision in Precinct 2. All right, we have a motion and a second on that item. Any discussion? All right, we have a yes there, so it passes 4-0. All right, next up, 11A1, consideration of out-of-state travel requests. Do we have a motion on this item?
Move approval.
Second.
We have a motion to approve and a second. Any discussion? All right, please cast your vote. All right, that passes 4-0. Next up is item C1 from Facilities Management, consideration of a property use and fee waiver request from the Tarrant County Historical Commission to conduct new member training at the Tarrant County Plaza Building.
Move for approval.
I'll second that. We have a motion and a second on that item. Any discussion? All right, please cast your vote. All right, passes unanimously. Next up is consideration of a property use and fee waiver request from the Tarrant County Sheriff's Office to use the Cornfield Room at the Tarrant County Plaza Building for a first responders couples seminar presented by Taya Kyle.
Move for approval.
I'll second it. Discussion?
Yeah, I'll say, I heard a few of the public comments talking about how if you approved this but didn't allow the NAACP to use the facilities, then you'd be inconsistent or contradictory. And I just reject that reasoning. I think the entire purpose was the NAACP was using it for a public town hall where it was going to be political in nature. Here, with what Taya Kyle is doing, I never said, and I don't think anybody ever said, that a person who is known as a Republican or someone who's known as a Democrat could never use county facilities. It all depends on what that actual event is. And so here we have a thing for couples and first responders. It's not political in nature at all. If there was somebody from the NAACP who wanted to do marriage training or couples therapy or trauma training, as Commissioner Miles has talked about, that's not an issue. It's the nature of the event. So I don't know if people were just arguing in bad faith there in the public comments or really not understanding the different nature of the two. But nobody was ever arguing that you can't be known as somebody from a political party and use facilities. It's the nature of the event itself. So I feel very comfortable in approving this, just like I would any other function that would take place here, whether it's a Republican or a Democrat.
All right, any other comments? All right, votes are in, passes 3-1. Next up is item D1, Human Resources, consideration of a change to the table of organization in the medical examiner's office. I'll move to approve this.
Second.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All right, seeing none, please cast your vote. All right, it passes 3-0 with one abstention. Next, E1, Medical Examiner, consideration of First Amendment to the interlocal agreement between Tarrant County and the City of Fort Worth for the provision of forensic laboratory services. Do we have a motion here?
Move for approval.
Move for approval.
We have a motion from Commissioner Ramirez, second from Commissioner Kraus. Any discussion on this? All right, please cast your vote. All right, that passes unanimously. Next up, we have purchasing. Does anyone have any questions on purchasing items F1 through 14?
I've got 6, 14, and 15 questions.
6, 14, and 15, 6, 14, and 15. Okay, I will make a motion to approve purchasing items 1 through 5 and 7 through 13.
Second.
We have a motion, a second on that. Any discussion? All right, please cast your votes. All right, that passes unanimously. Now we come to item F6. Annual contract for Guardian Forensics in the DA's office.
Just a quick question. Who will use these forensic services? What need is driving this contract?
This is for the district attorney's office.
Mhm.
I think Ann may be here. Oh, there she is.
Thank
Hi
you.
there.
Hey.
So sorry. Our DFATS team is the one who will utilize these services. I did bring a few members here for any technical questions. I can speak the budget, but they speak technical better than I do.
What's it called again?
Our DFATS team, our
Okay.
Digital Forensics and Technology team.
Okay. Will any outside entities or municipalities have access to this system?
I'm going to let them speak more intelligently on that.
Just us?
No, ma'am. Our lab is secure, and we will be the only ones accessing this system.
Okay, that's all I have.
Now, the one thing I do want to put out, this system does allow outside lab or outside agencies to actually access their phone extractions from the cloud rather than having to rely on antiquated USB drives and things like that.
Ah, okay. All right, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
All right, I'll move to approve item F6.
Second.
All right, we have a motion, a second on F6. Any discussion? All right, please cast your votes. Is Commissioner Kraus in? Yes. Passes unanimously. Next, we go to item F14, consideration of agreement, security guard services countywide. I will move to approve.
Second.
Second.
We have a motion, a second. Discussion on this item?
Yes. All right, so it is my understanding that the current vendor is Deltacon Global, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And we entered into the contract with them for a term of contract of 12 months, effective July 12th, 2025, right? With two options for renewal periods of 12 months each. Why are we not exercising the renewal periods with Deltacon?
So what we're doing is we're going to bring this company in and put them in place out of Resource Connection and the mental health facility,
So they're in addition to Deltacon?
in addition.
Okay, got it. And did we not use the secondary vendor? Wasn't there a secondary vendor, the Michelson Group?
I don't remember. but
We
it was
went
a
back and, did we go back and look?
Yeah, there was a secondary vendor.
Okay. So we're going to get USAPD and we're not using the Michelson Group at all?
Yeah, so we reached out to Dallas County and found some strengths in their contract with USA. And so we had them come in and analyze and thought it would be a good idea to bring them on board. They do a great job for Dallas County.
Okay, but why aren't we exercising the right to use our secondary vendor?
I don't have the answer to that.
Okay.
May I jump in there?
Yeah.
Is that all right with you? So we actually have had some performance issues with Deltacon. That's one of the reasons we're not looking to renew that agreement. We were able to go and view Dallas County's agreement with USAPD, who handles a lot of their facility security. And in addition to that, the way that we originally had bid this, it was very tightly controlled with how, who, when, and things like that. This contract is more open, which allows us an hourly rate, and then we can staff much more efficiently than we are right now with a tightly controlled staffing contract that we have.
Okay, so we're getting rid of Deltacon and we're using USAPD.
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
Okay. And we did not go out for bid because this is a cooperative.
Correct, we
agreement
bought
with
off the Dallas County contract, yes, ma'am.
Okay. In July 2025, the fiscal impact was stated as 3.3 million, almost 3.4 million for the prior 12 months, and now the fiscal impact for the prior 12 months is 3.7, almost 3.8 million. So the fiscal impact says funding for FY27 portion of the contract will be requested through the budget process. Can someone please explain why we are already contract with Deltacon and entering into another contract with US APD that overlaps, seems like it overlaps in time, unless I,
So I'll let
Reading it
Helen
wrong.
speak to the funding piece, but as you mentioned, the current Deltacon contract ends in July, and we need a ramp-up period to actually transition all the positions we have, whether it be resource connection, the diversion center, obviously the doors to a lot of our court buildings and things like that. So part of this is to have a smooth transition to ensure security transitioning between the two vendors.
okay. But so in July 2025, that the fiscal impact was stated as 3.375, almost 3.4 million for the prior 12 months. And now the fiscal impact for the prior 12 months is 3.7, almost 3.8. Can you explain that? We just spent more?
That's correct. They used more security at various locations in the sheriff's office.
Okay. All right.
I'll point out one other thing on this that I think is important to note. We've been working closely with the sheriff's office with regards to this. We believe that we'll be able to actually, using this caliber of a company, be able to actually staff more individuals from this company for certain posts. That will free up deputies that we currently have, and our intent is actually to move those deputies, with the sheriff's permission, of course, over into jail operations so we can have higher in-custody dockets in order to actually lower the jail population.
Okay. Well, let me tell you, now I do have an issue. I don't know if my colleagues might see the same issue. In this agenda item, there are two deals here. The other is asking for an exception to the current vehicle policy. I think those should be two separate items. I think this contract should be one thing, and then seeking an exception to the current vehicle policy should be separate. That's what I think.
Understood. So we very narrowly tailored the specific exemption we were asking for. The reason being is because the resource connection is such a vast 275-acre campus, we usually allow a vehicle to be driven by, typically it's a third-party vehicle. In this case, USPAPD does not have those vehicles like Deltacon does. So the intent is to just very narrowly tailor the exemption for now on the fleet policy. So one of those individuals could drive that car around resource connection.
I
Go ahead.
get it. I just think these two should be separated.
Totally understand that. The other reason here is we're actually working on a rework of the fleet policy anyways. So we wanted to narrow, and we didn't have it in time to get this done before the July contract ended with Deltacon. So the intent is to bring back a much larger fleet policy review in the future. So this is only meant as a stopgap measure, if you will, to transition the security company and then ultimately bring back a new fleet policy to the court at a later date.
Is this urgent? Not the first part of it, but the fleet policy.
No, it's not urgent to bring back the fully renewed, but in order for USAPD to be able to operate at the resource connection, we need the court's approval to exempt them from the current fleet policy, which states that contractors may not drive fleet vehicles that are owned by the county.
Does it talk about all the liabilities in the contract?
So the same that would apply to any other employee would apply to them, as the only exception we're asking is for this particular vendor to be able to drive down into the wilderness area so that they can secure that throughout the day. And we will be bringing the policy back with this one and several other things.
Okay, but what you want us to approve today, does it protect us from liability in any way with these security guards driving our vehicles.
Only on that campus. They're only allowed to drive on the, I understand what your question is, ma'am, but they're only allowed to drive on that campus, and it is the same policy with anything else, with every other employee. So we're self-insured, and again, we'll write the policy and bring back to you for multiple things.
All right, so, okay. I want to approve this. Again, I just think those two should be separate. And you come back, once you come back with that comprehensive vehicle policy, then we approve it there. You kind of smushed it in here, and it doesn't go to me. It doesn't fit.
All right, any other questions or comments on this item? All right, we have a motion and a second. Please cast your votes. All right, it's 3-0 with an abstention. Now we go to permission to take bids and RFPs, number 16. Any discussion or a motion on granting permission to take bids or issue RFPs?
Move approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
Absolutely. So with this action, it looks like we're canceling an agreement.
That's number 15.
It was never a contract.
That's number 15.
What are we talking about?
On the wrong
Number
item.
15.
Oh, I'm sorry.
We're taking that one after closed.
That's after closed.
Which one are we
Are you
on?
talking about 15 right now?
Yeah, I was talking about.
We're on 16.
Oh, 16. Oh.
Yeah,
no.
15's after legal.
I do want to speak to 15.
We're taking that one after closed.
We're taking it up
I
after
understand,
closed.
but I want to speak to it before close, and then we can do it after close. as
We
well.
have already, haven't we already unanimously agreed to the agenda? Isn't that the way that works?
Yes,
When
Judge,
he makes
that's
the
correct.
announcement?
If it's agendized, I can still speak to it, correct?
Yes, that is correct, but if the court made adjustments to the orders of the day early on and there was no objection to it, then it's proceeding based on that adjustment to the order.
Either way, I'll make
So-
a motion to postpone item 15 until after closed.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion on the motion?
Yes. I'm still going to say
I call the question.
what I have to
Okay.
say about
I'll
item
second
15.
to call the question. So now we have a vote on whether or not to end debate on this item. There is no discussion on ending the debate. So by show of hands, if you approve calling the question, raise your hand. All right, so that's 3 if you're opposed. All right, so that's 3-1. The question is called. The motion that exists that must be voted on without discussion is motion to postpone until after closed. All in favor, raise your hand. All right, all opposed? Are you opposed? All right, so it's 3-1. So now we're on item 16, permission to take bids and RFPs. Did we have a motion and a second on that?
Approval.
All right, we have a motion to approve. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second. All right. Any discussion on item 16? All right, seeing none, cast your votes. All right, passes unanimously. Brings us to item G1, Commissioner Precinct 2, discussion and possible action regarding a proposed amendment to the contract between Tarrant County and the Center for Transforming Lives to appropriate additional funds to the 2026 Community Outreach Fund. Discussion or motion?
Yes. I move to amend the contract between Tarrant County and the Center for Transforming Lives in order to appropriate additional funds to the 2026 Community Outreach Fund in the amount of $338,000, $338,370. These funds are currently labeled as undesignated.
All right, we have a motion to amend the contract with the Center for Transforming Lives to appropriate additional funds. Do we have a second? We have a motion. Do we have a second? All right, motion fails due to lack of second. Now we go to appointments to boards and commissions. I'd like to make a motion to appoint Deborah Johnson to the CPS Board to fill a vacancy left by the resignation of Taylor Hardiman.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion on that item? All right, please, do we do this? I guess we do it that way. All right, cast your vote. All right, that passes unanimously. Any other appointments to any boards, commissions, committees, or TIF boards?
I have one. I have to appoint myself to the NASJRB Regional Coordination Committee.
All right, I'll second that. Any discussion on that one? All right, please cast your votes. All right, passes unanimously. Any other appointments to boards or commissions? All right, seeing none, we go to a briefing item, briefing on the Tarrant Appraisal District 2025-2026 reappraisal plan.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Jordan Bobbin. I'm the Chief Appraiser for Tarrant Appraisal District. I was invited here, I guess, to speak about the 2025-2026 reappraisal plan. Just a brief summary of what it is. 2024 was the last year that we reappraised as of TAD, for TAD. The current plan is for 25 and 26 not be reappraised. That really only affects residential properties unless they have sold or if there's been a change to the acreage amount. But otherwise, residential values have stayed the same. The appraised value can increase. The market value has stayed the same, but the appraised value is what is limited by the homestead cap. And so if there was a large homestead cap from prior years, then the market value stayed the same since 2024, but the appraised value has increased up to 10% per year, plus any new construction. Commercial, business, personal property, those have not been, those are reappraised every year, and it continues as normal. Beyond that, I guess, what are your questions?
Okay. Who has questions for Joe Don?
So,
your time is up, Joe Don. Thank you for being here. All right, questions for our Chief Appraiser.
yeah, does the Chief Appraiser can you decide when this freeze can end?
Not to my understanding. I serve at the pleasure of the board as long as it's along with the Constitution. So as long as I have to be constitutional, I have to follow the laws and the tax code and the regulations, but also have to follow the reappraisal plan.
Okay. Because, I mean, you've heard this before. This is a bad policy implemented by the Board of Directors of Tarrant Appraisal District. The experts say roughly 80% of homeowners in this county paid too much property tax in 2025. 80% of homeowners paid more than half their fair share. And our property tax system is designed so that property owners are taxed according to their property's values. Each person pays their fair share according to how much their home is worth. If my home is worth $1 million and your home is worth $500,000, but we each pay the same amount of property tax, then that's not fair. And if your $500,000 home is appraised at 90% of its value, $450,000, that may seem like a good deal, but compared to $1 million home, tax appraised at $800,000 or 80% of its value, it's not so good. So, you know, as I look into this and learn and talk to the experts, I keep hearing equal and uniform a lot. And this is a key component of ensuring everyone pays their fair share. Have you reviewed the current Texas property value study ratio study results by school district, city, neighborhood, and property class?
The property value study is only broken up by school districts, and so yes, ma'am, we did review that. The two schools that were outside the tolerance or Carroll ISD and Azle.
Okay. And do you know what their dollar exposure is?
Right now, there's no potential loss of funding.
Okay.
They have a grace period for 2 years.
Can you tell me how many residential accounts would be above the current market value if the 2024 value is carried forward?
There's the market value there's probably 190,000 that probably would go down if we reappraised. But that doesn't necessarily mean that the appraised value would actually decrease because due to the homestead caps. There's roughly 30% of homesteads that even if you lowered the value, wouldn't get below their cap.
So hang on one second. Was your question, can you say that question again? How many of the values would be above the 24 value? Was that your question?
Can you tell me how many residential accounts would be above the current market value if the 2024 value is carried forward?
I don't know if I've run the number on that.
Okay. So, what happened to cause the problem that so many people were not fairly taxed in early 2025 is that we have 4 newly elected board members led by the tax assessor and board president, along with board members Rigney, Morris, and Bryant. They pushed through a new appraisal plan whose main tenet was to freeze 2025 appraised residential property values at their 2024 level and to not reappraise those homes again until 2027. And this plan was done under the pretense of property tax relief. Now, people could still protest their values and get a reduction, but values would not increase except for a limited exception applicable to less than 3% of homes. And the belief was that by keeping values flat, that runaway property taxes would be held in check, and this plan has failed pretty miserably in accomplishing those goals because the plan disrupts uniform taxation of each homeowner and caused most people to pay disproportionately too much tax. So it also caused the tax rate to be artificially high, while it did nothing to keep the taxing entities from collecting their needed tax revenues in order to prove that 80% of homeowners are paying more than their fair share of property taxes. And so I wanted you to come here and explain this. It's that time of year where people can protest. How did we get here? Well, I just mentioned that. How do we get out of it? And I guess you said hey, it's not up to you, it's up to the TAD board, but really it's up to voters to pay attention to who they put on this TAD board and who they put up here. Because what is occurring is benefiting the wealthy more than those who need the assistance or the break or the relief. And so what can people do right now to contest or protest their values?
We'd recommend people go on our website. We have the online value negotiator. And so right now we're resolving 80 to 90% of the people that file a protest or that reach out to us. And so we're trying to resolve the ones that we can based on either market or equity evidence. We'd recommend they start there. They have until May 15th, this Friday, to discuss with us informally. They could also come into the building and talk with my staff. Right now we're averaging about 8 minutes to get somebody in and talk to them. If that doesn't work, if we can't come to an agreement, then they still can proceed with a formal protest and go before the Tarrant Appraisal Review Board, which is an independent body that's made up of taxpayers and people that are volunteering their time. They get paid, but they volunteer their time to come up and resolve disputes regarding values.
So, but how is TAD preventing unequal appraisal claims caused by freezing old inequities into the rolls? Like,
Every year when the ARB or when we resolve property values or the ARB does, it kind of compounds. And so then it becomes more of an equity issue than a market value consideration. So right now, when we're reducing values, we're not reducing values because of what it would sell for, reducing values because it's not equitable to their neighbors.
all right. All right, thank you.
Anybody have any other questions for Joe Don? All right, thanks, sir.
Thank you.
All right, now we come to announcements and comments. Do we have any announcements or comments from the commissioners? All right, seeing none, we will now recess the open session and proceed to closed session to discuss items exempt under sections 551071, 072, 074, 076, 087, and 0725 of the Texas Government Code. Executive session will begin promptly at 2 p.m. We are now in recess. All right, we are back from an executive session. There are two items that were held pending legal advice and discussion. First item is item B1, consideration of Tarrant County's participation in the settlement of claims in the national prescription opiate litigation. I will make a motion to approve the settlement as described with the defendants as described in closed.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All right, please cast your votes. All right, it passes 3-0. Next item is F15 from purchasing annual contract for jail staffing services. I will move to terminate the Recana Solutions LLC contract for convenience.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
Yes. So with this action, we're canceling this agreement that was never a contract. It was an RFP with Recana Solutions to provide detention officers at the county jail. How much have we paid? How much do we owe? Are we finished paying these people out?
I think we paid roughly maybe $500,000.
How much do we owe them?
I'm not sure.
You saying for services rendered?
Yes, total for services rendered. And I think, did I get an email from Risk or somebody about this? So, I'm just trying to figure out how much we've sunk into this contract that we've only had since October, into this company. Well, it's not a contract, into this company. I think I learned today that we have 35 detention officers that Recana, thank you, that Recana recruited and are working in our jail. Not quite sure how many of these employees are going to be retained by the county after this vote. So it's $1,176,486. This is what we've paid to this company.
That's how much the PO was issued for.
That's not how much we've paid the company.
Invoice for.
Say again?
That's how much we've been invoiced for.
Do we intend to pay it?
I would say these bills would go through the normal review process like everything else, and if the work was performed, it would be owed.
So we're just throwing money away. And I'm going to remind this court of a couple of facts, and I think I have some video. Can you tell them to play the video?
We do have that video.
What video?
From last court, the court that we approved this nonsense at.
Judge, I'd call the question.
You can call the question.
You can't call,
We've already checked.
to the, what is the threshold for call the question? Is it simple majority?
2/3.
Okay. All right, so I'll second your motion to call a question. So now we take a vote on calling the question and ending discussion. All in favor of calling the question, raise your hand. All opposed?
Oppose. Roll
Okay.
the tape.
Do not roll the tape under any scenario.
Roll the tape.
I'm the presiding officer. Thank you very much.
This is an agenda item.
The
And-
question is now closed, Commissioner Simmons.
Why
We
are
are
you
now
shutting
moving,
down-
we
why
are
are
now
you shutting
moving to the
down-
vote.
Why are you shutting
There is a
down my
motion
comment?
and a second.
Why are you shutting down
All
my
in favor,
discussion?
cast your vote.
Why are you
If you are
shutting down my
opposed, you
discussion?
can say no or abstain. The vote passes 2-1.
Commissioner, what are you afraid of revealing?
We are now officially adjourned.
What are you afraid of revealing?